Welcome back to the Celtics Nation Rise account. Celtics Nation Rise live NBA trade deadline special. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. We have a lot for it, but I'm Griffin Aldrich. Alongside me, we got David Caires. And first of all, I want to mention this, but we'll talk about the recent one because we all knew Boucher was going to get traded. He just got. Let's pull this up first one we're pulling up today. The Boston Celtics are trading Chris Boucher to the Utah Jazz. No other information on it yet. However, Celtics just had other breaking news. Amari Williams just signed a 2-year deal with the Boston Celtics. So we're gonna break that down. But the most important news: the Boston Celtics are trading Josh Minott to the Brooklyn Nets. Sources tell ESPN. David, initial thoughts off of that because this is fresh off our mind. And also just broke, the Philadelphia 76ers are trading Eric Bledsoe and a second round and a 2032 second round pick to the Memphis Grizzlies for flexibility. So boom, 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 David. But Josh Minott, what are your thoughts really quick? I don't know what we're getting. It just says the Celtics are trading Josh Minott to the Brooklyn Nets. Sources tell ESPN.
Yep. So obviously, I'll start with the Boucher one. That one wasn't surprising at all. I think one way or another, especially seeing him in the injury report listed as personal reasons for the last couple of games, we figured something had to give with that. We still don't know what we're getting back from the Jazz for Boucher, but I imagine it to be nothing more than cash considerations or a second round pick. Really, the big win for Boston is getting an open roster spot. The big win for Boucher is just getting an opportunity on another team to play with them. Obviously, it seems like Amari Williams is backfilling Boucher's position as a big man full-time on the Celtics. I'm honestly a little bit surprised that it was Amari Williams and not Ron Harper Jr. for the moment that got converted to a standard contract by the Celtics. But, now we have another open roster spot potentially, unless we're taking a player back from Brooklyn by trading Josh Minott. So the Celtics have 14 standard contract players and two two-way contracts right now. So they have room for a two-way, and they have room, I believe, for another roster spot as well. So more is going to come. But
did you say another two-way?
Yes, because we have.
Oh, because Amari, yeah,
exactly. So the
I
Celtics.
wonder if it's Amaru. Wait, what was I saying? I sorry, I completely got off. Tosan Awoma. Why did I say Amaruni? I was thinking of someone else. I wonder if it's Tosan Awoma who would go after.
I could see that. I mean, I'm assuming we're in the early stages of this stream, so if I get exposed for being a casual, but this is just me and you talking, Griffin. Is Keon Johnson still with the main Celtics?
Yes.
Possibility?
Yes, he is. And he's a guard, so that might pay off. But 3 guards as two-ways, I mean, I could see it, but it's definitely strange. It's definitely strange. But
I think me and you can both agree that one of these open roster spots has to be going to a guard. Whether it's Harper, Lonzo, Mike Conley. I mean, we can't just rely on Pritchard and White being your own guard depth. Like, there has to be a guard coming one way or another. But, it's ironic because the Celtics are elevating Amari Williams, but I mean, we haven't seen anything from Ron Harper really besides one game. Is one game enough for them to give him a standard contract? I mean, I love what we saw out of him last night, but that's going to be interesting if they think Ron Harper's ready.
Yeah, I agree. I think, I mean, I would love to go with the home man, but you even mentioned it. They converted a two-way. They converted a two-way spot, and it's smart to do Amari. And I think that's what we thought they were gonna do is convert Amari Williams. But it's like, considering where the guard thing is. All right, you just finalized the trade with Vucevic. You have Vucevic on the roster now, and you now are in a weird position. So. It's just because there's not a lot of guard depth. And mention what you said about Baylor Shireman, because this is an interesting conversation. And fair warning for everyone, fair warning, we will be in and out of this stream. Like, there's gonna be different faces. You guys are gonna see different faces all day long, because we're gonna be making videos, breaking news. So stay tuned, because we're going to about 5:45, maybe 6 p.m. Eastern time, as we are gonna be breaking down trades left and right. So stay tuned and have fun. But David, go over.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we can win with Shireman. I mean, I don't love having Shireman as our starting shooting guard long term. I'm all for the plan of what I mentioned um, on the live stream of the Vucevic breakdown here, where we move Pritchard back to the bench. I mean, I feel like that's kind of a given now that he's played 2 straight games coming off the bench. And Pritchard is the ultimate team player, so he's willing to do it. But I, in a perfect world, I don't know. It fits having Shireman in the backcourt because I don't think you want to put JB in the backcourt. I mean, he's fine the role he is, but like, does it really matter what position you list Jaylen Brown as on the box sheet, or Sam Hauser as on the box sheet, or Jason Tatum on the box sheet? I mean, a wing is a wing. I'll just say this. I think Shireman is decent to good at a lot of things, whereas Ugo is great at one thing. And Shireman is decent to good at offense, playmaking, and defense. Ugo is great at defense and subpar to average on offense. Me personally, I like having the guy that's great at one thing and needs to work on other things. I'd rather keep playing Ugo way, way, way more than Shireman, especially given the fact that he's 5 years younger than him. And I love what we've seen out of Ugo. But Shireman is a guy who we saw at this point last year, started to eat minutes for the team when they're resting a ton of players. You know, he's good for a flashy pass every so often. It's just a personal preference, but I don't know. My dream lineup if Tatum comes back is White, I'll say in any order, Brown, Tatum, and Hauser, and then Cater, Vucevic at the 5. And then off the bench, you have Pritchard, Ugo, Keita, and Vucevic, and then maybe like Jordan Walsh or something like that. I think I'm missing someone in that mix, but I don't know how sustainable Shireman is being in the starting lineup long term.
Yeah, and I think with Shireman, you kind of look at it too, and I agree. I don't think he's a starter. I think he comes off the bench, and especially his sophomore season, where he got a lot of time last year with Maine, and now he's been handed the opportunity with Boston Celtics. And you look at it, and I love it, but at the same time, it's like he's not ready for it yet. He's not. I just don't see him being ready for it. But I want to ask this, and we're gonna go back to this really quick, because obviously this is the recent news. Are you willing? Do you think Amari Williams is ready? Because I mean, I'm gonna give you a stat too, and I don't know if you already saw this from last night even. But last night, from Amari Williams, he had 26 points, 12 rebounds, 8 assists, and hit the game winner in overtime for the Maine Celtics. Do you think he's NBA ready?
For a second, you confused me there, Griffin. I thought you meant that those were Amari Williams' stats last night against the Rockets, and I was about to get so confused there. But is he ready? No. I don't think Ron Harper's ready as well. I don't think necessarily anyone is ready, but from the main team coming up to Boston. But is this a way? I don't know. Like, is he just going to fill in the Boucher role the rest of the year, where it's just a reserve big that, maybe gets garbage time minutes? Because that's why this move, I'm happy for Amari. I mean, nobody's happier for Amari, I feel like, than us two, given that we interviewed him. But this move, I don't understand how he gets playing time, especially with us trading for Vucevic. So is this just a move to lock him up with an eye towards him being mentored by Vucevic this year. And then if we don't bring back Vucevic next year, then Amari gets more playing time and he's locked in. Maybe that's the play. But I I think I said this at the beginning. I definitely said this to you off camera, Griffin. I was surprised that we're, elevating to an open roster spot another big, because not only do we now have Amari, Vucevic, Keita, and Garza, we also have a guy like Xavier Tillman roaming around. So that's 33% of our 15 spots.
Well, do you think Tillman's moved before 3 o'clock?
I don't think it happens, merely for the fact that he's just a good locker room guy. Like, you need guys who uphold team chemistry on championship teams. And Tillman's another guy who's just a consummate professional. I mean, I was pumped when we traded for him at the deadline 2 years ago. I thought that was a sneaky good pickup. He obviously had his moments during that playoff run, but the last season and a half, it's like, I mean, I don't know. He's just become kind of like a
fellas. How are we doing?
Of sorts. Doing good. I don't think he'll get traded though.
Yeah, we're doing good. And as I mentioned before, Andrew, I'm going to bounce out soon because I'm going to go make breaking news videos for the account. But Andrew, how are you feeling? I mean, we did not just get hit with a single whammy. We got hit with a triple whammy. Boucher, first to be gone. Now we're at the Amari Williams, and then Minot gets traded. Like, I can't even comprehend. We were blessed yesterday to have, not yesterday, the day before, to be like, all right, Vucevic for Simons, we'll give you guys a little break. But then they're like, all right, we're going to hit you with a triple whammy. Like, we're coming in hot. So a lot of things to break down and talk about. But what were your initial thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. A lot of things coming our way.
Oh. Breaking news. The Los Angeles Clippers are trading Avia Zubac to the Indiana Pacers, sources tell ESPN.
What?
Wow.
Wow. Griffin, you got to give us the details on that one, because I have to know.
All it says right now.
You think Matherin's involved in that trade? Is there potential for that? Because Matherin's on that expiring deal.
I have nothing else yet. I think Shams is just giving the trades. He's not giving any
details at the moment, right?
Yeah,
it's tough. It's tough, but
and I think we'll get details tonight. I think that's why, like, we're gonna go to 5:45, maybe 6.
Yeah, I mean, if it takes longer than that, if details continue to come out, we might as well just keep this thing going. But
yeah.
I will say, from the Celtics perspective, getting rid of Minot, getting rid of Boucher, in my opinion, these are just opportunities to kind of shed capital, open up opportunities to pick up other players off the wire. I think both Boucher and Minot, in my opinion, I think Minot more so, but similar roles, kind of that wing position, 3-and-D at times. They haven't been able to kind of show that, and they've also not been given the opportunity. But I do think on this roster we have Hugo, we have Shireman, we have Jordan Wall, I think, and then Jaylen Brown, obviously, as your MVP candidate in that similar position. I think there's a lot of roles already filled. So guys like Boucher, Minot, in my opinion, are not necessarily losses. I think we're just moving them and trying to find a way to give us some cap space or just get other players that are more of a necessity.
No, yeah, well said. And I want to add on to that, and before I leave, and then I'll transition it over to you guys. But I think from my perspective too, like, you look at this, they're kind of, it was an experiment with Minot, Boucher, and those guys, who didn't really get a lot of time. It was an experiment with them, and the experiment did not work out with Boston. But however, I'm going to switch it over to you guys, and I will be back around 2:45. So I will see you guys then.
Alrighty.
Sounds good. Just us, Daniel. I mean, David. Oh my God, I keep doing it. I keep doing it. Last night I did it too. It's the 2 Ds. It's like, God damn. I am on a roll.
So there is one thing I guess I'll bring up. It was actually Griffin's question right before you popped in, Andrew. I guess Griffin's NBA insider here on Twitter, because this NBA insider on Twitter, Keith Smith, who is a great source, said the Celtics are now one move from getting out of the luxury tax entirely. Keep an eye on an Xavier Tillman Sr. move. Boston has added center depth with Vucevic and converting Amari Williams to a standard contract. So maybe that is the play with converting Amari Williams to a standard contract, because what we were talking about right before you came in, Andrew, is, when these roster spots opened up, I thought Boston was going to go guard heavy. We have Vucevic, Garza, and Queta. I thought, we give Amari the rest of the year to develop in Maine. If anyone was going to get converted from the two-way to the standard, yeah, he's only really played in one game for us, but I thought it was going to be Ron Harper Jr. I thought we were going to guard heavy. But does that mean a Tillman trade's about to happen and we're backfilling Tillman's position with Amari Williams? That's an interesting one. I didn't consider that angle until I just saw that tweet.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid question, and I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities. I think we haven't really utilized Tillman, and we've been leaning towards Amari Williams. We started him one game over Tillman. I mean, Tillman just has been a non-factor for this Celtics team. So I wouldn't be surprised if we try to move Tillman and see what we can get out of it, whether it's simply letting him go and kind of just picking up someone else off the waivers. Like we said, there is a lot of interesting guys that are bought out or could be continued to bought out that we could add to this roster. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Tillman is not on this team come by the end of this trade deadline, which we're slowly approaching.
Right, we got 43 minutes of the deadline. So
imagine being a GM right now, the intensity of it all. Hopefully they did their homework early on. I wonder if there's any GMs procrastinating out there.
Oh, for sure. And it's crazy, the deadline stories you hear where the deadline the Celtics got Isaiah Thomas 10, 11 years ago at this point. God, I can't believe that was 11 years ago. Yeah, 2015 when we got Isaiah Thomas. Brad, the next day at practice, said he got a text from Danny Ainge at 2:30 saying, I don't think we're going to do too much. And then by 3:00, we made 3 trades.
Right.
So
it's kind of, maybe it's the NBA saying, hey, let's slow down. Let's get them. Let's hit it at the right time. Maybe they have their hand in it all. But
as long as those trade, there's a weird wrinkle with these NBA trade deadlines where as long as they're letting the league office know that they're talking about a trade, you can actually continue to finalize a trade past 3 p.m. It's a weird little wrinkle. So, we still got a long way to go. We'll probably, now we're 42 minutes away. We've gone 1 whole minute since my last update, but we'll find out about every trade probably by 3:30, and it'll be interesting to see what happens for sure. Is there any worry with you that what's up, Justin? Is there any worry with you about trading Xavier Tillman, not for what he can do on the floor? And I'm sure some people think I'm even crazy for bringing this up, but team chemistry. If we trade Tillman, are you worried that that's going to dip a little bit? Because it seems like he loves being here, and it seems like everyone loves playing with Tillman.
That's another great question, and I don't think people take that into account enough on an NBA team, right? I think this trade deadline, it turns into this very transactional business mindset, I guess you could say, for lack of a better term. And these players just kind of get turned into these just acquisitional, pieces. But no, I agree. I think Tillman is definitely, when you see him on the bench, he's always giving players pointers. He's always supporting the big man. And that's something you got to be impressed with as well, because he hasn't got those minutes. So for his professionalism to really seep through, and he just, no matter what game it is, he's making sure to be up for it. I think that's very, very impressive. I will say, I think I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think that's something that we can answer, but it definitely, it could play a factor into things. I think it's minute though, because I think Joe Mazzulla, I mentioned on the live last night, maybe during the Vucevic kind of trade. We'll see where that goes. But I did mention it. I think the Celtics team is very, very good at keeping their eye on the prize, moving forward. Joe Mazzulla keeps their intentions on what's most important, and he doesn't kind of let all that other stuff get in the way. So I think no matter what, this team's going to be just fine. Yes, it's going to hurt for a little, it's going to sting, but this team's going to move on and not dwell in the past of team chemistry and all those other things that come into a team.
Because I know Tillman was it seemed he was very dejected after we traded Simons a couple days ago. Like, I guess his kids and Simon's kids were like best friends and they were just in a friendship. So that's a big reason why I broached that question to you, because like you said, like there's the life beyond sports, as they say. And obviously Tillman, not by his own choice, but he has had little to no impact on the Celtics on the court the last 2 seasons. But you can tell he loves playing here. It seems like everyone loves playing with him, and yeah, that is tough when your kids are friends, and then it's like, oh, my friends are now across the country. So
Right, you don't even take that into account. Like I'm not gonna sit here and I think they're super. I'm sure they're super, super grateful for the opportunity to be in the NBA and experience whatever comes with it, but it's got its own challenges. I mean, it's never ideal, there's always wherever you are, there's pros and cons, and that's something that you never really think about, but it's true. These guys have lives, and these trades can heavily impact them. So it's interesting to take into account. And I wouldn't want to be a GM. I wouldn't want to be a GM at all.
So believe the Celtics have one two-way position open now with elevating Amari, and with the trade of Minot, we now have 2 open roster spots. So
That's nice.
I just want to pick your brain here, Andrew. And what do you think can happen? You don't have to predict 3 players, what will happen with all those moves, but what do you think would happen with at least one of those moves? Like, what's a player you think could go into a two-way, or what's a player you think that could fit into one of our NBA roster spots?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is right now in our G League system, we have this guy Tosan Iwama, and he's been absolutely on fire. And I think he can shoot the 3 ball pretty well. He has a great touch around the rim. He's physical. He can rebound. And I had the chance to interview him. He just has a good head on his shoulders and knows what it takes to play winning basketball. And he's looking for his opportunity. So potentially a guy like him on our G League roster already in the system, I think he has some talent and some potential. So I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know how possible it is or if that's kind of in Brad's equation, but there's potential for that. And then you mentioned that extra roster spot right now. I still wouldn't mind getting some guard depth. I know it's looking looking like a little less. There's less options at this moment in time because the Bulls have kind of shipped away Kobe White and Mike Conley. I'm pretty sure signed somewhere. So I think we got to yeah, there's less options, but I think still signing some guard that we could potentially go to. But then again, you got Pritchard coming off the bench right now, performing at an all-time high. I mean, putting up ridiculous numbers off the bench, and you have that double big lineup, including Vucevic. Maybe you really don't need another guard in that position, and you're satisfied with Derek White starting and that whole starting lineup with Pritchard coming off the bench and that double big. I was talking about it last night. I wish I had stats on it, what that double big production was last night. But in my opinion, I thought it was pretty effective. And it just gives that Celtics another opportunity it gives them more options because now I mentioned it, you get the pick and roll with Pritchard coming off the pick and roll. Garza pops or Vucevic pops. Now you got Keita roaming that baseline. Just really puts a lot of pressure on the defense and forces them to make decisions. So maybe you really don't need a point guard. Maybe you don't need that guard depth, but I wouldn't mind someone that could potentially add some scoring off the bench aside from Pritchard.
Any thought to Ron Harper Jr. being elevated as well?
Oh, I'd love it. I'd love if he was elevated. I mentioned on the podcast last night or the recap. He to me is he's the ultimate leader. I think like he has a great head on his shoulders. I don't know if you were able to catch some of his interview last night post game, but the way he was communicating to these reporters and the way he carries himself, that's first and foremost what stands out to me about him. And then secondly, he's a capable shooter. Defensively, I actually really liked how he played last night. A lot of times he was guarding Kevin Durant and he was getting heavily contested looks, and he was a big reason why Kevin Durant only had 15 and he was super frustrated. I think he does a really good job of keeping his hands where the refs can't see him and kind of making sure to still have leverage but not doing too much to defend. And then when he goes up, he can test a shot and he walls up. So I like Ron Harper. I'd like him on this team. He fits the mold of a Celtics player, and he knows what it takes to win. So I would love to have Ron Harper on this team, especially because he's been in the system for now 2 years. So he understands where we're at. He understands. He said it. He understands schemes. He knows where players are meant to be. So I really do think Ron Harper is a good fit for this Celtics team moving forward as we continue to as we continue to move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's really only truly played in one game for us, it being last night. But I mean, I was impressed with what we saw, and he has sort of that like Peyton Pritchard trigger that Pritchard still has and had when he was younger, where it's like when I get the ball, I'm just going to let it fly from deep. Like I can respect the confidence, and I mean,
right? That's awesome to see.
So I do think we do need another guard. The championship teams had White and Holiday in the starting lineup, and Pritchard is the backup. Right now, we really only have White and Pritchard. Right. One of them is starting, one of them's off the bench. I am totally fine with Pritchard continuing to come off the bench, and I think he is as well. What are your thoughts? Like, what's your ideal starting lineup for the rest of the season? So we'll go rest of the season from this point in time at 2:27 on Thursday until April 12th when the season ends, assuming Tatum doesn't come back. But what would your lineup be, ideal lineup be with that criteria versus ideal lineup assuming Tatum does come back in the next month or so?
And are we talking like potential additions to this team or just like what we have right now on this roster?
For simplicity, let's just do what we have right now.
Right now on this roster. Okay. Well, I think obviously I think right now you go Pritchard. I mean, not Pritchard. I think we stick with this Pritchard coming off the bench thing because I think it's working. Gives you this extra punch. The teams get a different look, and now Pritchard's playing against some of their bench players, and he's just dominant. I mean, he's miles ahead of majority of bench players. So I think that's kind of where you go and continue to go.
I have breaking news, and I came in.
Oh boy.
To mention it really quick, we have the details on the Zubac trade. The Pacers are sending Benedict Mathurin, Isaiah Jackson, and 2 first-round picks and 1 second-round pick to the Clippers for Zubac and Kobe Brown.
Wow. So the Pacers are trying to like retool right now and potentially for a when Halliburton returns.
Get their new milestone.
And I will be back. I just need to break the news for you guys.
Benedict Mathurin, man. I think. But that's crazy to me because Harden leaves, right, from the Clippers. And now you get rid of Zubac. It's like, oh, are we trying to compete now? Like, you guys are winning basketball games over there, right? I thought they were in a good, decent spot. but
Right.
I
They
mean,
went from
it's
6-21 to whatever they are now, a lot a lot better. And then
yeah,
Harden, for whatever reason, wants out. I'm sure that'll leak at some point. And then,
true.
right, you trade Zubac. I mean, now Halliburton has his Miles Turner 2.0, I guess, like a little bit of a
Yeah,
versatile player.
That's big for them. That's big for them. And I think Mathurin was good, right? He was solid, obviously, but for some reason his consistency was still not 100% there. And I thought injury sometimes, but it seems like the Clippers are trying to just get younger right now, which makes sense, I think, considering the roster that they have with Kawhi, and you never know when he's gonna, fizzle out. So it's interesting, and they still have Darius Garland, so
Right.
it's an interesting trade. And I like Benedict Mathurin, I really do. I think he has all-star potential. I think he's capable of that. I just think we need to see him produce at a higher rate more consistently to get that all-star nod. But we'll see. It's a nice little pairing there between them, so we'll see.
So,
But
and
what were you discussing prior? We were the lineup.
the lineup. So you
Yeah.
started with White at the 1.
We'll go White, JB. I mean, White, JB, Hauser, and then I'll go double big until otherwise.
So you like the double big full time?
Yeah. Well, I think it depends on matchups because if you're going small at the power forward, I think if the opposing team is going small at the power forward position, we're kind of in hell on the defensive end. And I'm not even gonna. Last night, I think we got away with it because I thought Jabari Smith wasn't being as aggressive as he could have been in getting to his spots and getting to the rim and attacking closeouts. Thought he was settling a little, but I thought occasionally our rotations on the defensive end were a little slow with Garza and Keita. So it depends matchups wise, but like in an ideal world, if you could have that lineup, I think that's what I would like.
And that's why I love but hate Joe Mazzulla so much, because you never know what lineup. Like, honestly, that lineup we rolled out last night, it felt like Joe just trolling and knowing he was trolling. But obviously, the crazy thing is we won with that lineup by 21 points. But
Right.
you love Joe Mazzulla. He's an incredible coach, but I also hate that he's just, you can't take the lineups he rolls out there with a grain of salt as being consistent, or, the gospel. And to his credit, he did tell us this right before the season started that, we shouldn't take any stock into what lineups he's rolling out. But that'll be interesting. I mean, it's also just speaks to like the evolution of Mazzulla. I talked about this a little bit during the Vucevic live stream, where Mazzulla was the anti-Ime Udoka his first year, where he hated double bigs. Like, obviously, Udoka was big into having Horford and Time Lord on the court at the same time. Obviously, Time Lord was hurt at the start of Mazzulla's first year coaching, so we had no choice but to go a little bit smaller. But even when Time Lord came back later that season, he came off the bench and Horford stayed starting. It wasn't until that playoff series against Philly, when we were down 3-2, where Mazzulla finally switched to double big. I mean, I love what double big brings. That's kind of tough to say. Double
It's a
big
tough one.
Defensively, and it can work sometimes offensively, but yeah, it's a little trickier, I guess, when you're going with two centers as your bigs on the floor at the same time versus, a traditional power forward. But honestly, it feels like the NBA is going away from traditional power forwards, because Tatum, you could argue, is a wing, and he was more exclusively used the last few years as our 4 in our smaller lineup. So it'll be interesting. I mean, the other one, we got Justin. He chimed in here with White, Shireman, Brown, Keita, and Vucevic.
Which, yeah, I could see that too. I mean, Shireman, Justin gave us an interesting stat yesterday. Let's see if I can pull it up. But it was something around the lines. The Celtics are like, By the way, Baylor Scheierman has started in 5 games this season. Boston has won 4 of them. Their one loss was the 2-point to Indiana. So he's making a strong impact when he plays. And did he start last night? I can't remember. I'm blanking.
Yes, he did.
So there you go. Now 5-1 as Justin is helping us out. Justin's being our little insider recently. We appreciate you, Justin. We appreciate you.
Always.
But yeah, he's a dog. He's a dog. And he dropped 15 and 10 in the starting role. Yeah, no, I agree. Against the Houston Rockets team that is stout defensively. I mean, I was kind of shocked the way they played last night defensively. I mean, I thought from the first time we watched them to now, they looked like a different team on the defensive end, in my opinion. So interesting to see how that played out last night. But David, you weren't on the live last night. What do you think? What do you think about that one, huh? Big time.
What do I think about what? Sorry.
The win last night.
Oh yeah. I mean, I saw a little bit of it. I have it all recorded, so I got to watch the 2-hour condensed version. But
oh yeah.
I mean, the biggest thing that stuck out to me was what I talked about earlier with Ron Harper, getting those three triples, his confidence. Not in my wild. I thought we were throwing that game with like who we were rolling out there. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's Hauser's already out. Let's just give JB a rest night. Trade deadline's coming up tomorrow. Let's just this will be a scheduled loss, but a scheduled loss turned into a 21-point win, which is crazy. Yeah, that first quarter, I mean, you want to talk about a slugfest for a first quarter, like 18-17 heading after the first 12 minutes, Celtics lead. I didn't love our game plan at first. Like, that's kind of why I said that we were it felt like we were throwing that game, even though I know we're never throwing games. But, like, it's like the late season Celtics special, or like the Celtics when they're not trying special, is to just have everyone go to the 3-point line and shoot it. And when we were 2 for 13 from deep in the first quarter, I'm like, all right, it's going to be one of these nights. But, we obviously adjusted. I was in and out of consciousness, I guess you could say, sleeping in the second half. So I'll have to.
I've been there.
I'll have to rewatch that part. But like at first, I didn't love what we were doing with all the 3-point volume. But I like the defensive intensity. I saw the clip of Keita blocking whoever that was, and then he like ended up like 5 rows into the crowd, and then he ran back into the play.
Oh, that was hilarious. That was one of the funniest moments from this Celtic season, I'd have to say. And Drew's reaction to it as well, when he started comparing it to when he forgot his passport hopping on the plane.
Right.
So funny. So it was awesome. But I do have something to say that's pretty interesting, and we're gonna shout Justin out for this. We're gonna do it the professional way. Per Justin Lowe, the Celtics were in contention for Ayo DeSumo, but Chicago wanted Hauser and Hugo added to the deal, which is ridiculous.
No, thank you.
I mean, that's absurd. That's way too much to give up for Ayo DeSumo. So
right.
that's some crazy news to hear, but it just goes to show how much I guess Chicago values Ayo DeSumo, which is very, very interesting. So that is insane.
How do you think that phone call went? Do you think Brad just laughed and hung up, or did he?
I think he said, "Boom,
sorry,
right down, immediate." No, I don't know. I think this, but that's an interesting either or added to the deal. That was a grammar. It's okay, Justin. Not a problem. We appreciate your.
Oh, we have some. Just some more clarity on this Josh Minot situation.
Oh, awesome.
According to Eric Slater here on Twitter, there are no, and he got this from Clutch Points. There are no other players or draft picks involved in the Josh Minot deal.
Okay.
So it's just to save the Celtics money and free up a roster spot.
Yep.
So that confirms there is as of right now, with 21 minutes left until the deadline, there is 1 two-way position available for Boston and 2 more roster spots.
Interesting. Okay.
So I don't know. I'm assuming it'll officially be cash considerations coming back to the Celtics. That's their
Right. I'd hope he gets something.
Right. I don't know how that's illegal. How that's a legal trade if we're not getting.
Right.
Something's got to be coming back. But appreciate Eric's.
I also don't think Brad Stevens would do that. He's going to get something out of the deal.
Right.
I mean, that is not his style. That is not who he is. He's going to find a way to make it advantageous for the Celtics. Because I'm sure another team would have wanted Josh Minot as well, right? For a similar deal.
So Celtics will need to move 2 small salaries to get under the luxury tax. So similar to what I said earlier, I mean, Tillman could be the name, or we'll see. It seems like that could be a last minute goal here for Boston to get under that luxury tax, which would be insane given what our payroll was at come the beginning of this off season, like over 500.
Was it like over 500 mil, right? It's ridiculous. That is ridiculous, and it's impressive, and it's also crazy to think where the Celtics are at in third in the Eastern Conference. I mean, that's insane, and for them to be nearing the under the luxury tax. I mean, the Celtics are in a very, very good position right now. I'd say.
Yeah, and I see a lot of people online getting upset with all these moves, saying the Celtics are being cheap. They're turning into the Red Sox. They don't want to win. New ownership is bad. We miss you, Whit Grousbeck. It's like they don't. The average Celtics / NBA fan does not understand that we had no choice but to make all these moves this summer. Like, it was going to be a summer, because if we were above the second apron again, we would have been penalized so much. Like, it wouldn't have even been worth it. We wouldn't have been able to, sign free agents. Our draft picks would have been frozen in the future. Like, the ramifications of staying where we were with the payroll were just not worth it. I do think it's an interesting what if we go on and win the championship. I'd say we honestly run it back and just bite the bullet with all the penalties, because it's pretty ridiculous to break up a team that I hypothetically could have went back to back, but I guess we'll never know. And I mean, the Celtics are making the right moves to just be more flexible. I mean, I'm not even trying to sound like a homer, but I mean, we're making smart moves here. Like, we trimmed off 22 million off our luxury tax bill with moving Simons for Vooch. And we could even re-sign Vooch in the summer for a cheaper deal.
And you can argue they got better. I mean, it's
right. We filled a need, and like, now we could even be talking about Bill Chisholm not even having to pay a luxury tax bill. We went from 39 million on Sunday to 17 million on Tuesday or whatever, and now there may not even be a luxury tax bill that needs to be paid by the Celtics. So,
right, and the freedom they have is from that is a lot. And I also want to say, I understand the concern with it being a new owner and all the history that Boston sports have had recently, kind of not paying the money. But I mean, if you watch Celtics game, you see Bill Chisholm on that sideline, the way he interacts with his team, the way he's always cheering, standing on his feet. I mean, this guy is invested. He's in the best place. He's where he's wanted to be. I'm sure this is a dream of his. I'm sure that's been quoted from him. I mean, he is in a spot where he probably never thought he would be. And I think he's a winner just from the way we see him interact with this team.
Well, I want to mention this too. Sorry, Sean broke something, but I don't know what it is. It's about Nick Richards, but I want to talk about this real quick. I even had the opportunity to speak with Bill Chisholm, and he said this was a dream of mine. So you're not wrong on that, Andrew. He said it was a dream of his to own the Celtics. I mean, like, he grew up loving this team. So
I think until there's actual evidence for that concern, and where we're losing games and we're not spending the money we're supposed to. I think you gotta give Bill Chisholm all the credit. I mean, not all the credit, but the respect for where he's at. Let's pick up this from Justin. Teams are nonstop calling the Clippers, inquiring about the availability of Kawhi Leonard. This comes after the Clippers trade both James Harden now and Zubac. I mean, that makes sense, right? We were just talking about this. It seems like they're trying to get younger, trying to kind of shed a little cap space and prepare for the future, because I think Kawhi Leonard, like we said, is kind of nearing not the end of his career, but he's not been consistent enough on this court to really lead them to anything special.
Other breaking news too. I don't know if you guys talked about this, but the Hornets are trading Tyus Jones to the Dallas Mavericks.
Great, the heck out of me.
All right, wait. Is that what we're gonna do every time it's breaking news?
Yep.
So Charlotte Hornets trading Tyus Jones to the Dallas Mavericks for I don't even want to try with his name. I'm gonna mess it up. But Miguel Brenham, I know him, but I mess up his name. But
sorry for everyone in the audience that I scared as well. Hopefully you were listening to this on full volume, because there might be lawsuits.
Well, I'm gonna duck out for a few minutes here. Life calls, but I will be back. I know you guys will hold down the fort. I'll be listening to this still in the background, but to all the viewers, I'm taking a little bit of an intermission, but I'll be back soon.
No problem, dude. Do your thing.
We'll be popping in and out, safe to say. Like after he comes back, I'm going to be doing a video on the Amari Williams thing. So we'll be popping in and out tonight. But, we've been talking about that for a while, but I want to switch it over, Andrew, and I want to start off with a trade that happened a while ago, if you want to mention this one. Want to go into it really quick?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's talk about this one right here. Jaren Jackson Jr., because this was like the first big trade. And this was, I want to discuss this one because we have yet to discuss this, but breaking news via Sham Sharania a couple days ago, and let us know your guys' thoughts in the comments about this. But the Memphis Grizzlies are trading star forward Jaren Jackson Jr., and I'm not even going to try with that name. John, whatever.
Conchar.
Yeah, I know who that is. I don't know why I messed up with his name.
Jock Landale
and Vince Williams.
Tough name. He must have got a lot of chirps.
Oh yeah,
got a lot of chirps.
To the Utah Jazz for Walter Clayton Jr. and Kyle Anderson and Taylor Hendricks and George Niang and 3 future first round picks. And I have to say, this was a surprising one. This was really a surprising one. But what were your thoughts after this trade?
Yeah, this trade to me looks like the Utah Jazz are trying to push the envelope and be in the conversation in the next couple of years. I think Jaren Jackson is a great power forward. He can score the ball, and you pair him up with a guy like Walker Kessler. I think that's a really interesting front court. From the picks side of things, Danny Ainge obviously did give up 3 first-round picks, not the 2026 draft. There could be an assumption that Danny Ainge is kind of banking on this draft to get a good player that's going to suffice for the rest of these drafts in the future. I don't know if it's possible, but do they potentially have the opportunity for a Peterson or a DeBansto or a Boozer? Like these are realistic. These are potential options that the Jazz could have. So I think they set themselves up for the future in a fairly nice way. And those picks those next picks are probably not going to be players that they're going to insert into their lineup right away anyways, because of where this team is at. So I think it's a good trade for the Jazz, and they put themselves up in a position to compete for something in the next couple of years.
No, no, well said. I agree. And I just mentioned this. I was doing the Chris Boucher video, my question for you, Andrew, is do you think the Jazz try to win now, or do you think they're more so going to try to, like, slack it back a little bit and get a higher pick for next year in the draft? Because it obviously seems that's the way that they're going. But does it look like they're willing to compete in the upcoming years, or do you think they want to win now with Jaren Jackson Jr.?
I mean, they have injuries still
Yeah.
with Kessler and some other guys on that roster. I don't think that they're going to be outwardly trying to push to the NBA championship or conference or be in that position considering the firepower out west. But I will say you're still a team. They still want to win games. I think that's a tough question, to be honest. Like that whole, do we want to play? Do we want to tank? I don't. I mean, yeah, you want to tank, right? You want to. I mean, you want to get a good pick in this upcoming draft. I think that's what it is. But also from a player standpoint and from a team standpoint and from a coaching staff standpoint, you want to win basketball games. That's the name of the game. And if you're playing this game for other reasons, I think you're in the wrong spot. But when it comes down to it, there is business involved in all of this. So I don't know. I really don't know. But I mean, ideally, you get an early pick and you capitalize on your 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 next year's draft, considering you're out the next three or whatever it is. I don't know the specific picks, but you understand where I'm going with that.
No, yeah, without a doubt. I think for this, I look at this and I think, the one thing that comes to mind with me is with Jaren Jackson Jr. is, I thought John would have been traded first. I didn't expect Jaren Jackson Jr. to be the player who actually went elsewhere, especially to the Jazz. That was a shocker because you would think, a team would want to win now, but that sets them up for the opportunity.
Mhm.
And, Danny H is just showing over there in Utah that, you know, we want to win in the next year or two. Like, we want to be a fighting team then. We don't want to mess around and wait around. We want to be a fighting team in the next upcoming years.
But yeah, and I also think this is this is not a rushed rebuild for the Jazz. Like I
No.
think there has been steady progression over there in Utah from Danny Ainge, and he's done this with the Celtics too. I mean, this is no surprise that he's building a roster that is ready to compete. I want to comment on how you're surprised about Jaren Jackson moving before Ja. I think one, obviously, Jaren Jackson's still on a pretty big contract in comparison to Ja. Actually, probably not. But anyways, Ja Morant, in my opinion, he's a little less. If I'm a GM, I'm a little less inclined to go for him, just because of kind of what's transpired over there in in Memphis and just the way he's interacted and the way he's been performed. He's a little playing under his ability, in my opinion. But a guy like Jaren Jackson, to me, he's a guy that you can assimilate into a roster immediately and he can make an impact. John Morant, you got to kind of build your team more so around him, and he's got to be your focal point, and you're running offense through him. So to me, I think Jaren Jackson is more of a player that you could just kind of insert, and he's going to kind of blend in and make an impact more so than John Morant, who really takes a little more molding and influence to have him on the roster.
Without a doubt. I would have loved the Celtics going after Jaren Jackson Jr. had his contract not be so large. Like I
Right.
think that's a guy that any team's lucky to have on their franchise on their roster. I think that's any team's gold. I think even with the Celtics, I know we talked about him if he were an option for the Celtics and would come play the power forward position, and maybe be a smaller big. That's still a luxury to have Jaren Jackson Jr. But I look at it too, and I think Utah had a steal there. And, sending, I know the 2 first-round picks is huge, and you trade Walter Clayton Jr., which I think he's shown flashes of greatness. I mean, against the Celtics, he dunked on Derek White. I mean, you
Yeah,
that
poor Derek White. That was ridiculous
I
dunk. That was I mean, he just, like, exploded. It's a cliche, but it was like he jumped off a trampoline, man. So, I mean, I was in shock.
so I think, looking at the trade though, I'm not sure who necessarily won it. I'm gonna say I'm gonna go towards the Utah Jazz. Definitely won that though. But again, you never know who they're gonna get in the future though. So you don't.
Well, I mean, I think you can look at it this way too. Both teams won it, right? They're
Yeah,
both in
because
different spots. They're trying to do different things at this moment in time. And now the Memphis Grizzlies grabbed 3 picks from the Utah Jazz, and now they can kind of look towards the future to rebuild this team and get them in a position similar to the Jazz are. So I think it's really perspective on which side on which side you're on. But in my opinion, both teams kind of come out of this in a better position than they were before.
and you mentioned this too, Andrew, and let's talk about it because I wanted to mention this. You mentioned this the other night, how valuable picks are now, and how you say the take. If you don't remember, I could back you up on it, but you were
Yeah, I mean, I think the way the college basketball landscape is, these guys are staying a little longer with NIL and all those other factors. In addition, just to the development of college players, I think their athleticism, their processors, everything about them, I feel like is increasingly advancing and getting better. A lot of these guys are a lot more league ready than normal. And you see it with a guy like Hugo, different circumstances because he was over in Spain, but a lot of these guys, Con Knipple, I mean, look at him. He's performing at a high level, and I don't know if we thought that that's exactly what he was going to be doing. I just think these guys are a lot more league ready. So picks to me are a lot more valuable because instead of having like a guy on your team with a high contract, maybe you go to a guy that comes from the draft and you get him on a cheap deal and he's already impacting winning. I mean, you're kind of in a good spot. So I think teams definitely are going to be continuing to look for draft picks to set them up for the future because of how good these drafts have been, and especially this draft in particular.
without a doubt, without a doubt. I think you look at kind of how college basketball is now, and like even D1 schools, like they're treating you like luxury. And I think that's one thing where, all right, sorry, I was seeing something. I was making sure it wasn't breaking news. Um, they teams treat you like such luxury when you're there, and
Mhm.
and you're getting so well treated, and the transition from college to the NBA is a lot smoother now too. So
Agreed.
these athletes can perform at such a high level when they're there because they've already been used to the catering. They've been used to living in these nice suites and having such these great training facilities, even better, some of them even better than the NBA. I mean,
Yeah, and I think there's always a learning curve too. You sign obviously a guy like, or I'm trying to get, these guys are signing big NIL contracts and they're getting used to managing their money early on in the process. Now you enter the NBA and guess what? You're just focusing on playing basketball, right? You're not trying to figure out the fans and in this transition in the spotlight. You've been in the spotlight because of college basketball. So now you're in this position where I'm already good to go. I'm just here to hoop. And so that's another interesting aspect that people are able to focus more so on performing rather than all these extracurriculars.
yeah. Well, welcome back, David. We've been talking about the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. Again, what are your thoughts on that trade and seeing him go to Utah out of all teams? And as David's back, I am going to transition myself out of here, and I will be back. So, I'll see you guys.
No.
I know.
See you,
Yeah,
Griffin.
we keep missing each other.
I know.
Hurt.
Listen, after this, unless the Celtics have any more breaking news, I'll be back for the rest of it. I should. All right.
Don't give us false promises. Don't give us false promises, bro.
I should. As long as they don't make any more moves, we should be good. All right. I'll see you guys in a minute.
See you.
But yeah, we were discussing you might have been listening too. I'm not sure, but you were. Okay. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely didn't expect the Jazz to be the ones to trade for him. I mean, the Jazz are obviously still at the bottom of the barrel. I'm just checking the standings right now. Yeah, they're 13th in the West. I mean, maybe this is just a piece for the future. Like the guy and I in the future right now. I mean, acquiring Jaren Jackson is going to help you win games. He's been playing well as of late. I mean, he had 30 points on Monday, 26 points back in the 28th, 26 points again in the 23rd. It's an interesting move for sure. Yeah, I mean, this gives them a piece. They gave up a lot. Like I heard you guys talking about, and if I remember seeing the trade correctly, it was 3 first-round draft picks. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, I mean, Danny Ainge isn't parting with his draft picks that lightly unless he's really sold on something.
Pretty high on, yeah, definitely.
So, I think it's. I mean, I'll be honest. Like, I don't know too much about like the players, I guess, going back and forth, but like, do you think that this move is going to cause the Jazz to win more games with Jackson, or is it like is this going to negatively affect their draft position? Do you think Danny Ainge is worried about that, or is it just a move where, all right, this is a piece that is a part of the puzzle for our rebuild moving forward?
Yeah, we kind of discussed that, and it's a tough question. I think we really only will know, when this season concludes and Jaren Jackson gets inserted into this Utah Jazz lineup. Keontae George, I will say, has been dealing with injuries, right? Like he's kind of been on and off, kind of fighting some things. Walker Kessler's not available at the moment. So I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if the Utah Jazz, if Keontae George's injury continues to linger on, you do utilize Jaren Jackson and you kind of give other young guys the chance to continue to develop. I think they could still be in this bottom of the barrel position come playoff time, considering just as I said earlier, the firepower that the West has, right? So I don't know if it necessarily pushes the needle too much at this moment in time, but I definitely think it sets them up for the future.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading on an ESPN article right now, where it's like, this is a move literally for the future. Like, see how it plays out this year. But I mean, it's, I guess, a sign that Danny Ainge is really looking to start contending as soon as next year.
Yeah.
I heard you guys talking about, and I agree with it, where Danny Ainge is no stranger to being patient. Like in a world where in sports, people want results right away, and in life, people want results right away. Like Danny Ainge is a very patient person. I don't think it was always like that with him, but I think towards the end of his Celtics tenure, you could tell he was being a lot more patient. But, at some point, the dominoes got to start to drop for a team to try and be competitive again. I mean, a core of, Jaren Jackson, Kessler, and
Markkanen in your front court.
Thank you. Like that should be pretty solid. So
that's very solid.
Be interesting. I mean, that'll be one of those moves. I think we'll see how it fares down the line.
I mean, imagine if they found a way somehow to be in that top 3 pick scenario, and you get Darren Peterson, DeBansta, Boozer. I mean, there's other players too in the draft besides them that you can capitalize on. So now you have Ace Bailey and Darren Peterson, or one or the other in your top one picks coming out of the draft in recent years. I mean, that's insane to me. So I think Danny Ainge is banking on that. I think he's hoping that that's what they get, and then he's just going to fill in the rest of the pieces through trades and signings to really finalize the roster to be a contender in the next coming couple of years.
For sure. And now we're 5 minutes past the deadline. I mean, obviously, just because we're past the deadline doesn't mean that we still won't be hearing about deals. There'll be deals trickling in, I'm sure. Be interesting to see if the Celtics are able to get under that luxury tax. I mean, that's the biggest thing I think we're waiting for right now. But
Agreed.
yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, we said it before I hopped off for a little bit, but it's still nuts to me that we could be in a position 6 months after being way over the salary cap, basically, that we could potentially avoid the luxury tax altogether and be third in the Eastern Conference. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Right. I mean, yeah, this is a situation that you most definitely do not expect. But then again, you're also not surprised in the same vein because of who you have as your GM and as your coaching staff. But let's get into kind of another trade as we continue to see breaking news occur. Per Shams Charania, Chicago, Minnesota, and Detroit have agreed to a multi-team deal that sends Jaden Ivey and Mike Conley to the Bulls, Kevin Huerter and Dario Saric to the Pistons, sources tell ESPN. Detroit also receives 2026 first-round pick swap from Minnesota. So, what are we seeing here? I know we're kind of closely involved with the Bulls. Like, do you think this is a trade that pushed the needle for either team?
I mean, this is a trade that the Pistons are making. I mean, it's crazy to have the Pistons be aggressive at a deadline, but this is the position they're in. Obviously, being first in the Eastern Conference, and they're adding a sharpshooter in Kevin Huerter, and then Dario Saric is just kind of one of these journeymen at this point in his career. But like, I don't even know if I'd say journeyman. I just remember when he first got drafted by Philly, and then it took a couple of years for him to debut, and it seems like he's been around different teams since then. Huerter, he's having. I'm just looking up some stats right now. That's why I'm looking down at my phone. But hasn't shot as well from three this season. He's at just 31% compared to career 37% from deep. But he's still got averaging 11 points per game. Good move for Chicago because now Matas Buzelis gets more playing time. And obviously Ivy being involved, he was the number 5 pick in 2022. He's averaging 8 points per game, 2 rebounds per game, 1.6 assists per game. Those are all career lows, but he's mostly been a reserve. But
he's also coming off an injury as well, right, that he's still like navigating. So that could be a reason why his numbers have not been as high in the past.
And then Saric is just getting moved less than a week after going to the Kings, or getting traded from the Kings. The Conley one is the one that stings, I guess, is because I would have liked for him. It seems like he's going to be sticking around with Chicago and be a veteran voice for that Bulls team that is accumulating all the guards in the entire world.
It's going to be a point guard university over there.
Right, like the mid 2010s Phoenix Suns with Isaiah Thomas, Goran Dragic, and Brandon Knight. I even think they had Eric Bledsoe, like 4-point guard, which is nuts. That was a guy I wish the Celtics could target in the buyout market. Obviously, that's not going to happen now. I mean, I like it for Detroit a lot, just getting that shooting. I mean, you can never have enough shooting, in my opinion.
Agreed.
Maybe a change of scenery is just all that Werder needs this year.
That
So
too, yeah. No, I agree. And you have a guy like Cade Cunningham as your point guard, creating for you, getting you open shots. I mean,
right.
this is the Pistons are miles ahead of the Bulls from an offensive efficiency standpoint. They're just more on a string. You're going to get a couple more open shots. You start hitting those open shots. Now you're gonna catch fire. But we have some
Breaking
we have
news.
some breaking news. Here we go. Let me turn this off now. I got to be smoother with that. But breaking news per Justin Lowe. Cam Thomas is being waived, and Boston will pursue him along with Orlando, Milwaukee, and Sacramento. Wow.
Very
I would
interesting.
not be opposed to this signing. I would not be opposed.
Yeah, I mean, it's not our traditional point guard that we're looking for to come off the bench, but it's a guard, and it's more scoring off the bench.
Scoring off the bench.
Scoring off the bench that can hedge all the pressure that will be put on a guy like Jason Tatum to come back and be his 100% self like this. If we get this guy, Cam Thomas, then, we can get by with a 50% Tatum, which is what I expect it to be. If Tatum comes back, we're only going to get 70% of him, 50 to 70% of him at best, in my opinion. And the scoring you're missing from the regular Tatum can get made up with a guy like Cam Thomas, who's averaging 15 points per game. So, I'll gladly pursue this for sure. And I think we have the best situation to offer him compared to all these other teams in the mix. I'm biased, I'm a homer, but I don't think Milwaukee and Sacramento should be as appealing to him. I don't know what his desires are, but I really think it could be between us and Orlando for Cam Thomas if it turns out it's just these 4 teams pursuing him.
I agree. I think he could potentially. I think it's going to be interesting to see where he lands. I don't know. To me, Cam Thomas, maybe it's just because he's been on this Brooklyn team majority of his career. You kind of get this feeling about him. He's just kind of like I want to score. I kind of want to play ball. I'm a hooper. I'm not necessarily a guy that is in it for just winning a championship. I think there are different mentalities across the league. That's kind of the perception I've got from him. But that doesn't mean that he's not willing to win. And we brought on Anthony Simons, who's kind of was in that similar boat. And look how he performed, right? I think the moment you step into the Celtics organization, step onto the roster, you kind of feel, hear, interact with this organization. You understand what they're doing, and you immediately want to become a part of it. And so, if the Celtics do pitch to him a good opportunity, and kind of convince him to come here, I would not be opposed.
And some minor breaking news here. Vucevic is wearing number 4 with the Celtics.
Wow. There we go.
So a lot of people thought, I saw this theory from Dan Greenberg on Barstool that the reason the Celtics traded Minot was to allow Vucevic to wear number 8, but that can be put to rest because he's wearing number 4.
So that also means the deals we're finalized and we're good to go.
Yep, the deal's official. The Celtics Twitter sent out their thank you for Anthony Simons, and they also welcomed Vooch. Simons is also at the Bulls shoot around today.
There you go. Okay, so there we go, and very interesting. Taking IT's number, huh?
Big shoes to fill.
Right. I hope he gave him a call. I hope he gave him a call and said, "Hey, do you mind?" Because I think that's it's gonna be weird to see. It's gonna be weird to see at first. I mean, he's taking Simon's number 2, Anthony Simons. So I didn't really think about that, to be honest. But still gonna be weird to see a non-guard number 4, non-guard.
Right.
No, back
don't see that too much.
Drew Holiday was in number 4. I mean, yeah, non-guard. Interesting.
Yo, I know you guys probably already mentioned it, but what do we think about Cam Thomas option for the Celtics?
Well,
Being
we already talked about it, so you go because we pretty much covered it.
yeah, I think for the Nets, interesting to see them waive him. For the Celtics, though, I think this is a guy that I would pursue. I don't know what you guys think about it, but I think this is just smart. He is very ball dominant. However, Anthony Simons was as well, and we were questionable about bringing Anthony Simons in, and he fit with the system well. And I think if you could bring, obviously, it looks like they're going to go with Pritchard off the bench, but if you add a guy into Cam Thomas who could, be that spark, maybe we could go with the same thing that Anthony Simons did and make him the sixth man. I mean, if this even were to happen, though, hypothetically, because it looks like I'm not sure if the Celtics will pursue him, but I have a weird feeling that they will. I don't know why. I feel like, we talked with the Nets, maybe because isn't his contract bigger too? I think he has a larger contract. But maybe there was a thing, all right, we waive him and you guys pick him up or something like that, conversations to be had with the Josh Minot thing, because maybe they don't want to be bringing in all that salary.
That's what they're saying on Twitter right now. That's funny you mentioned that. They were saying that Brad and Brooklyn have a wink-wink agreement. That's what Dan Greenberg from Barstool said, is that Brooklyn told Brad that they're going to waive Cam Thomas, and then we'll give him Minot, and then we'll get Cam Thomas in the buyout market coming in on the minimum.
That's what I'm thinking, because you think about it, it's like, hold on. All right.
Breaking news.
Ja Morant had remained with the Memphis Grizzlies past today's trade deadline. So that's not really breaking news, but Ja Morant has remained with the team via Shams Charania. Yeah, no, I agree though. I think that could be like I agree, a wink wink kind of moment. I think with Cam Thomas, we'll see though. We'll definitely see. But what were you guys talking about before? Sorry, I didn't mean to break it in.
Do you know what Vucevic's number is?
Number 4.
Number 4. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, number 4. And I don't know if you guys brought up the Vucevic thing, and I'll bring it up really quick. And we'll mention it one more time because the trade finally went through, but breaking news via Shams Charania, the Chicago Bulls are trading center Nikola Vucevic and a second-round pick to the Boston Celtics for Anthony Simons and a second-round pick, sources tell ESPN. This was definitely one where, you see him now being number 4, and I think that's a little weird to see him number 4 because we're definitely not expected. But what were you saying, David?
Well, I'm assuming Anthony Simons' number has to be number 23, right? Like he's definitely going to wear number 23 for Chicago.
I think so. Yeah, he's the new MJ right there, right?
Right.
Yeah, that makes some sense. That makes some sense. I mean, or what did Jordan wear after 45 or something? Was it 45?
45.
It was 45. Yeah. So he's gonna be number 45. I think he'll be number 45.
Or you know what comes after 4 and 5? It goes 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 7.
Oh my. Bleep him, Andrew. Bleep
even on the live stream, even on the trade deadline special, I'm going to fit in a 6-7 reference.
Bleep him.
I'll allow it. It's all
good. We did it.
All right. Do you guys want to break down another trade though that happened already?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's break down another one. All right, so we'll talk about this one.
We did this one.
Oh, you guys already did this one?
You can give your thoughts, Griffin.
All right, I want to give my thoughts on it. Jaden Ivey, I think, I look at it, I think the Bulls won that trade because I think Jaden Ivey is a talented young guard, and receiving Herder and who was it? Who else did they receive? Herder and
Sarge.
Sarge, I think Sarge got bought out or something, right? I don't remember. But I look at it and I think I really think the Bulls won that. I wouldn't give up a guy like Ivy, and I think if you did, you'd get just a little bit more talent from him. But interesting one. All right, have you guys already broke down this one? Please say you haven't. Harden. All right, so another breaking news, one that we'll talk about. Breaking news: the Los Angeles Clippers are trading James Harden to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Darius Garland and a second-round pick. Sources tell ESPN. I thought this was a crazy move, and you guys could share your thoughts about it. But I think this is just an eyebrow raiser because I think Harden definitely provides more for the team. But I think Darius Garland, isn't he still pretty young? Like, he's still young. Like, this is a guy who I don't even think has cracked 26. How? Let me look
He's
up how.
26.
Oh,
He just turned 26.
So 26, but he's still a guy who he's younger. Like Harden, you're looking at him. His days in the league are like numbered. But a guy like Darius Garland, I think that's a guy who they could build on there. But what are your thoughts on this, David?
Yeah, I mean, does James Harden just have like he just I don't know why he keeps requesting trades. I mean, it's honestly just getting annoying at this point. Like how every team coddles him and caters him. And there's a very famous clip going around of like a commentator, I forget of what team, just basically calling out James Harden for making all these requests and demands and having teams being built around him. And then a few years later, he just gets sick and tired of it and requests a trade. And like this came out of nowhere. Like the Clippers are 17-6 in their last 23 games, and then he wants a trade. I'm sure that'll leak at some point why that came out. But he didn't want to get traded from the Thunder. That was completely out of his control way back in the day. Goes to the Rockets. They bring in Howard, and then he wants to go play with his buddies in Brooklyn. And then he's done playing in Brooklyn. And he wants to go back and play with Daryl Morey, the GM. And then he goes to overseas and says in front of everyone, Daryl Morey's a liar. Then gets traded to the Clippers. Then it runs its course with the unction in LA, and he gets traded from the Clippers to the Cavs. I mean, it honestly also just feels like a last-ditch move to get a proven superstar in this league for Donovan Mitchell to play with to try and see if they can make some noise in the Eastern Conference race. I mean, I saw a report yesterday that if there's another early exit for Cleveland in the playoffs, that Donovan Mitchell might want out. I mean, I feel like he's definitely responsible for that as well. He's not guilty in that sense of the word as well, but it just feels like a trade where Cleveland is throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks, trying to satisfy Donovan Mitchell because they know, I mean, pretty much a big part of their franchise relies on him staying with the team long term. And then the Clippers, I mean, yeah, if your star player is requesting a trade, there's really not much you can do about it. You just have to honor it. They were playing well. They got all the way back up to 9th in the West. They were, they're currently in the play-in picture. But for them, they get a little bit younger. I mean, they just got like 10, 11 years younger, as I think it was mentioned before by one of you guys. So it's an interesting trade, I think. Well, it's one of those trades where we'll see who the winner is after this playoff run, depending on how far Cleveland can go. Because I think that with the moves the Clippers made today, like it was talked about the retooling or maybe just accepting that this year they can squeak into the playoffs and maybe win a round or something like that as an underdog. But they're going younger, and the Cavs are just trying to maximize this window right now with Mitchell. And obviously they're behind us right now in the standings. They're trying to leapfrog a few teams. So I think we'll figure out the true winner of this trade based on how far Cleveland goes, honestly. Because if they don't make it that far, it's going to have ripple effects in the playoffs this year.
Yeah, and I look at it, I think this. I think well, it's a question, and David, you said you don't know ball. That was ball.
Appreciate that.
Do you think that moves the needle for the Cavs though? Because I don't think it does. I think yeah, it makes them a little bit better. I don't think it makes them like 10 times better. Like I don't know. I think their issue too was they needed players coming off the bench, and which they did with Dennis Schroeder and who else did they get in that one? Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis. But I don't know. I don't know if they did enough, but we're about to get a special guest too, so keep your guys' eyes peeled. And so wait for that. But I don't know. Do you have anything else you want? Do you think that really moved the needle for them though?
I mean, it's a good question. I'll resort to saying I don't know ball a ton, but if I had to guess, it seems like it's kind of trying to do the same thing as Garland. And I'm gonna probably get flamed in the comments or something like this for saying this, but this is just my opinion as a guy who's learning more about the NBA, but only knows truly a ton about the Celtics specifically. It seems like Harden can do a lot of what Garland does, scoring and playmaking, but he's just 10 or 11 years older than him.
Yeah, I agree. I think it definitely helps more so now, but I think for the future, this was a brilliant move by the Clippers. I think so. I think they got a young guy who you could really rely on in the future. And obviously there's some issues because there's injuries, there's this and that, but I like this move. I really like this move for the Clippers and for the Cavs. It's like if it doesn't work now, it will soon. But we got a very special guest. Welcome, JK Philly. We have, we're talking about NBA today, and we're adding in a non-Celtics fan. So you could give us an unbiased welcome. How have you been? It's been a long time since we talked.
Hey man, I've been good. Thanks for having me. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, no, I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good, doing the trade deadline special, but I want to pull this up really quick because you're the guy to have on here for this one. The Philadelphia 76ers are trading guard Jared McCain to the OKC Thunder for a 2026 first round pick and 3 second-round picks, sources tell ESPN. What were your thoughts after this? Because again, Philly, like we could get into Philly for a minute after, but what were your thoughts after this trade?
I mean, initial feeling, I was devastated. I'm like, man, I can't believe we just got rid of Jared McCain. But talking with obviously my friends that are also Sixers fans, we're like going about. I'm like, man, we traded him for picks. We're trying to get off the contract because obviously, I think it's very well known of people that know basketball. Paul George, Embiid, Maxey make up 90% of everything that we pay. So everything else we kind of just need to get off of. If Jared McCain, who's been a little bit down this season with like his efficiency and everything, even with the recency bias of his like 5 3-pointers that he just hit the other game, it's a good trade. I think we're getting some money back. We're getting some draft capital, draft consideration. I don't think it's that terrible. And even like recently, not big news, but we just got rid of Eric Gordon as well to convert Dominic Barlow's contract. I think Daryl Morey knows what he's doing. I'm very happy, okay with what he's doing. I'm just really sad to see him go. I think he's going to flourish when he like finds his rhythm in OKC, just like Isaiah Joe did too with his role. But yeah, we'll see what happens with that. It might be a shot in the foot for us later down the line, but I think it's okay for what we're doing right now.
Yeah. My apologies, by the way. I'm Andrew, by the way. Nice to meet you. I was trying to throw up a graphic real quick, so I was a little distracted.
Oh, good. Good.
Hey, by the way, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, and I want to ask you the question because a lot of people are saying this, and it's just a question. Do you think with Jared McCain, it's ever gonna be like a Tyrese Halliburton? Because that's the rumor that people are throwing around. Like, all right, he could become a star in OKC. Do you see that out of him, or are you more so on the side where he could be good, but he's not going to necessarily be a star?
I really think it's all dependent on, now that he's with OKC, the champions that from last year, I think it's just dependent on his role of where he went. Like if he went to like a team where they weren't as good as OKC, where he could flourish a little bit more and play a little bit more consistently, probably then he's going to play with OKC. Like he's probably just going to be another role player on OKC if he stays there. That's just like coming off the bench, knock down a couple shots, and then go back on the bench for a little bit. It just depends. It depends on what they want to do with him, what they get out of him for the rest of the season. If he continues to have a season like he's been having, where it's kind of just like middle of the line, like you have a couple good games, you have a couple trash games. Like he was in the G League for a little bit in the beginning of the season, obviously coming off an injury, but it's a possibility. I could see that if they depend to maybe move on from him for something different. But if he stays with OKC for like a little bit of time in his career, I think he's just going to be like a role player that's just going to be like pretty solid that eventually moves around the league as he gets older.
Yeah, and then I'll let them ask you some questions. But my other question for you is, what would you rate the trade deadline for the 76ers on a scale through 1 through 10? Like, I mean, or we go like number graded, A for F. Like, what do you rate their trade deadline and the state of the Sixers as well?
Yeah. Honestly, I in my mind wasn't really thinking that Daryl Morey was gonna do anything really, like maybe something little like I thought it would have just been like a Eric Gordon trade for some picks and that'd be it. With this Jared McCain and getting even more picks out of that and getting that draft consideration, I don't even know what I would list. I think it's middle of the table. It's not amazing that we did this. It's not like terrible. Like it helps the team at the end of the day. And we kind of just got off of Jared McCain really. So you could put it like middle of the table, like maybe a B. I don't really know. I think, like I said, I think it was good overall for what we're trying to do this season and trying to get, forms. And maybe down the line, if Jared McCain is like, 18-point scorer on OKC and he starts moving in the, the role of a 6-man off the bench or something like that, then it might be like, okay, well, we lost out on something, but it is what it is. But right now, I think we did pretty all right.
Yeah. And I'll let you go, Andrew and David, if you guys have any questions you wanted to
ask. David, you got one? Because I'm blanking right now.
Yeah, I'll ask you. I guess just it's not related to trade deadline, but it's related to Celtics-Sixers rivalry. Do you have any favorite moments from the 76ers side on the rivalry between the two teams?
Man, I'm really trying to.
I have one. I'm sorry. I have one. I'll tell you after. You're probably going to hate me for it, but I'm interested to hear what you say.
I think that question in itself is a setup.
No, and you got to expect it when you're coming on another guy's show and stuff like that when they don't support the same team. But it's all good. Right. Nothing. Honestly, really. I think with Joel Embiid and how he's been playing and how we've been like beat up the past couple years. I've always looked at I like the NBA. I like the Eastern Conference team. So I'm always rooting for a Celtics team. I'm always rooting for a Knicks team, even if it's not supposed to be what I'm supposed to be rooting for. But if if Boston's playing the Lakers, yeah, I'm rooting for Boston, right? I'm not trying to root for the Lakers at that point. But just on our side, I think that it's not really crazy rivalry. It like for me in the game that I'm thinking of, like the James Harden series where we were playing you guys, like that was fun for me. But at the same time, it was still heartbreaking because we lost out of it. But like a Jason Tatum, I think he had a 50 ball and then he had something like 40 points again in a different game. And then James Harden has that 40-point game. Like it was a good series, even though James Harden and Joel Embiid were up and down. But I think that was pretty fun to see. I'm really Jason Tatum is honestly one of my favorite players to watch. So it's been hard this season to not be able to root for him specifically, not for the Celtics, but root for him and doing what he does. But Jaylen Brown has obviously been picking up the pieces, so it's been still interesting to watch.
That's a refreshing take to hear. Saying someone in the NBA appreciating Jason Tatum for what he's capable of. I feel like at sometimes he gets.
I feel like I'm also subjected to say that because of what he does to the Sixers. Like I can't just I don't know you curse. I can't just shit on him because I'm a Sixers fan. Like I gotta respect it where I gotta respect it. Like I love Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Jalen Brunson. Like they're just dogs. Like you can't not hate on them.
Facts, yeah. It's a good point.
Well, now I feel you're giving the Celtics so much props. My favorite memory was actually that game 7 you mentioned where Tatum dropped 51 points. That was that was my graduation present to go to that game with my dad. And hate to say it, I know I'm twisting the knife in, but that is like the best sports memory I've ever had. But to your point, I'm not trying to BS or anything. That was a great series. I mean, Harden had that game winner, I think, in game 1 of that series, and then hit the game winner again in game 3 of that series. And it was looking bleak when we were down 3-2. Tatum had that crazy fourth quarter, and then the rest was history in that game 7. But that was fun. And I mean, even the Celtics have come out on top. Again, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to twist the knife here, but the Celtics have come out on top in these Celtics-Sixers playoff series in 2010s and 2020s. But like even Tatum's rookie year, when JJ Redick and it was Embiid's technically rookie year in the Sixers, that was a fun series. Joel Embiid and Marcus Morris getting into it in that series. It's good. It's a good little rivalry. I like it.
Yeah.
Speaking
of James Harden, we just kind of talked about it slightly in depth, but we got you with a fresh perspective and a team that obviously rostered him and dealt with him. What is your perspective on all of this, especially with Harden, asking for another trade?
Yeah, no, I think this trade, out of all the, like, I was listening a little bit earlier when you were going on about how you're like getting annoyed about all the Harden stuff and how he keeps asking for trades and stuff like that. I think this one is okay. I think this one is okay because I think the Clippers thought process is like, we're hurt, whatever. Bradley Beal goes out in the beginning of the season. I think we just need to restart. I think we need to start over, start the rebuild, whatever we're going to do with our squad that we got. And I think James Harden obviously is older. He's trying to get a championship. I honestly think that the Cavs are a really good destination to go. I thought that trade was a good option. Darius Garland, a young guard who can go over to the Clippers and play alongside that. And with all the other draft picks that they just got and all the other players that they just got in the trade to try to build with. And then James Harden going alongside of Donovan Mitchell. I think that pairing is going to be pretty good. I was listening to a couple of podcasts where they were saying, like, obviously James Harden has his games where he can score 45 and then the next game he comes out and scores 13. So I think a lot of that is going to play alongside with Donovan Mitchell because Donovan Mitchell can do the same thing. So if, James Harden isn't picking up the pieces that night, I think Donovan Mitchell is going to be a great pairing alongside him. As long as they keep with the bigs that they got in Evan Mobley and Jared Allen, I think that's going to be beneficial for them. I definitely see them like competing now for that final spot. If that's going to be Detroit, if that's going to be Boston, whatever team that's going to be, I definitely see the Cavs as a threat if James Harden is going to be healthy towards the end of the season.
Yeah. I agree. I think they'll definitely be a threat, but do you think it moves the needle so much? Because I think, and I think we could break down this trade really quick because I think the Cavs had a very productive trade deadline because, again, breaking via Sean Charania, the Cleveland Cavaliers are trading DeAndre Hunter to the Kings for Schroeder and Keon Ellis. So they've done a lot of moves. Would you? And I want to ask this question: who do you think won the trade deadline? I mean, like who do you think has just improved their roster so much that they won the trade deadline and could potentially even be a contender?
Yeah, I mean, I think and I know we can jump around too. I think the Jazz have obviously acquired a lot of people. I think Jaren Jackson Jr., if they continue or if they decide to keep him, I think that pairing alongside of Markkanen, Kessler, Filipowski, or whatever lineup that they decide to use, what's his name, Ace Bailey, if he decides that they're going to put him at a 2 or something like that, I think that team down the line can be okay. But I don't know if they're the winners. I honestly I think it moves the needle a lot for the Cavs. I know that they might have moved off of like a DeAndre Hunter, who's maybe having a down year, but like he's consistently shown that he can be a good role player. I think the Cavs kind of moved the needle a little bit. I feel like they made the biggest trade. I feel like they made that spot where they can be a competitor. I think they're what, 6 or something like that. And they can just move on to being one of those teams that competes at the end of the day. And we'll see how it goes after the All-Star break and how they mesh together. And, if I'm saying like how Donovan Mitchell can have a bad game, but James Harden can go out and still give you 25 and 10, and see how that moves the needle for an Evan Mobley and a Jared Allen, and see what happens with it. But I do think the Cavs may have won with that James Harden trade.
Yeah, I'm looking getting chills thinking about James Harden and like a little pick and roll action with Evan Mobley, and you can really put pressure on that rim with the lob threat, and then you got other guys to kick out to. I think it could be a very lethal combination to go up against.
I think Dennis Schroeder's a really good piece that they picked up as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
You continue, go into it. I just wanted to agree with you on
that. No, I mean, Dennis Schroeder, he's got the rainbow. He's been on every single team in the league at this point, but just if all these teams want you, that obviously means you're doing something right. But I feel like the fact of like the energy that he's going to bring over to the Cavs, I feel like everybody, like Donovan Mitchell doesn't talk, Evan Mobley doesn't talk, Jared Allen doesn't talk. Like nobody is like shit talker. I'm in your face. I want to win. I want to do this. I want to do that. But Dennis Schroeder, I feel like, is going to bring a little bit of energy like that. And I think that alongside of James Harden, who is a generational talent, that you pair all together, I think it's definitely going to make some noise, which is good for the East. Maybe not good for some of our teams, but I think it's good for the East that we have a little bit more competition.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
just like building. I think you're right. They had the Cavs. I think they had an identity, but not necessarily like an edge to them, where you're like the Pistons do per se, or the Celtics or the Clippers. I think you're right, and I think you also bring in James Harden with a little more, veteran experience. I know obviously you have Mitchell and a couple other guys, and also James Harden. His playoff resume is not ideal, but I still think you do bring in a veteran present guard with Harden and Schroeder. You just seem you kind of seem to be moving towards a more stable team with these additions.
Yeah, for sure.
And how much better do you think the East got? Like, could you compare the East now to the West, or do you think the West is just still so much more out of our range? And then we'll ask you one more question, and we'll let you go after.
No, it's all good. I think the West is obviously still better. I think, like, I know you guys were talking about Anthony Simons going to the Bulls. I have no idea what the Bulls are doing. I have no idea what the Charlotte Hornets are doing. The Knicks are, still really in the same spot. I don't know what the Knicks are doing, if that's the team that they want to roll with. Zubac just went to the Pacers. I think that's good when Hallie comes back. Right now, I don't think it does anything. I think James Harden and obviously like stuff that Vucevic going to you guys, I think is really big. When Jason Tatum comes back, you guys are still going to be dominant with him. So that's going to be crazy to see. But right now, I think James Harden is really like maybe the biggest thing that happened, and it moves the needle maybe a little bit closer to the West. But I think the West still has so much good talent that it doesn't even really matter. And even Giannis saying that, him not playing, but I think it's still in the same spot.
Well, again, thank you so much. Everyone go check him out. JK Philly. We've done so much work together in the past. I've been on your program. You've been on here a couple times. So everyone go check it out.
For sure. Definitely appreciate it.
Thank you again so much for joining. We appreciate you.
All right. Appreciate it.
So that was JK Philly, everyone. Great to have him on. We've done rival showdowns with him. We've chatted it up so many times, and I have to say he's the most humble and nice Philadelphia fan I've ever met in my life. Like I'm
Yeah,
telling
he's good, man. He should be your mayor.
you know, I have to say something about him too, and I hope he's still watching this after because I have to say, so remember how we got heated with the rival showdown with Aiden that one time? I don't know
Yeah,
if you guys were on there, but
I was there.
we
That was
did,
fun.
yeah, we did one with JK Philly, and we were like, all right, this is gonna be intense and everything. And he comes on and he's praising us, and I was like, oh, geez, I need to praise the Sixers now. Like he's so humble, so down to earth. Love talking with him about some basketball. So everyone go check him out. But with that being said, you guys, I think we might have another special guest coming on soon. But I want to pull this trade back up and we'll talk about this really quick. Let's talk about the McCain one first. What are your guys' thoughts? Any thoughts from you guys?
I mean, I'm just kind of shocked that they got another player out west and under the Oklahoma State Thunder, like early draft pick that now they have under their belt that they could potentially could have a strong impact over there. And apparently, and SGA is out past the All-Star break as well, so he could help continue them to win a couple games here and there while SGA slowly returns.
Yeah. Do you have anything on him, David? Oh, we got our guest. So we'll return back with you, David.
Oh,
Welcome. What's your thoughts, Ben, on the trade deadline so far?
I think this is one of the best trade deadlines we've had in a long time. I think it's been super entertaining. I think there's a lot of really appropriate deals being made throughout the league. I'm not going to lie to you. I said this a week ago. I had a feeling the Giannis and the Ja talk was just kind of like clickbait almost. I'm not saying it wasn't real, but I had a feeling that we're going to talk about this is going to be the talking point of the NBA for the next 2 weeks, and nothing's going to happen. And now we're past the deadline. Ja Morant still in Memphis. Giannis Antetokounmpo still in Milwaukee. A lot could happen this summer. But as of right now, the last 2 weeks, the Giannis and Ja talk has been what has headlined the NBA. And obviously those two deals were unable to be made. In terms of the Celtics, Brad Stevens is a genius. Brad Stevens is an absolute genius. No way, shape, or form am I sitting here, and I'm telling you that the Celtics, they're Vucevic, banner 19, even without Tatum, and these Celtics won the trade deadline and all this and that. No, I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is the Celtics have had to be very stiff in their roster moves the last 1 to 2 years. No matter what happened last year, whether the Celtics went back-to-back or not, there was a pretty good chance the Celtics weren't going to be returning with the same team regardless. The penalties were too high for the Celtics if they stayed in that second tax apron. David was talking about it earlier about freezing the draft picks and unable to sign in a buyout market, unable to do free agency, all these different qualifications the Celtics were not going to qualify for the third straight year, and that would hurt them. What Brad Stevens has done this trade deadline is they went out, attacked, got a great center, didn't let who's also on an expiring contract. So the Celtics get that offensive talent in Nikola Vucevic to pair alongside Jaylen Brown, Derek White, Peyton Pritchard, and who knows, Jason Tatum in the coming weeks if he does end up coming back. But you also, same thing with Ant. It's low risk, high reward. If it doesn't work out, you don't have to go pay the money and re-sign him, right? And the Celtics can kind of figure it out this summer. But we have 2 open roster spots from my understanding, an open 2-way spot with Amari Williams being upgraded to a standard deal earlier this afternoon. It puts Boston in really good position to see free agency in the buyout market, something the Celtics at this time of year have not been able to do the past couple of years. And you're starting to see names start to go on to that list, like a Cam Thomas just moments ago being waived by Brooklyn. Celtics are one of the teams who are interested in Cam Thomas, which I found very interesting. Me personally, I don't know how likely it is. that Cam Thomas does end up in a Celtic uniform, but it is something to kind of pay attention to and to keep an eye on until he obviously signs with the team. This is a guy who could give you 15 points a night off your bench. Celtics losing that with Anthony Simons. And you see other teams like Orlando, who just lost to Tyus Jones, Sacramento, who just lost Keon Ellis, also interested. Cole Anthony in Milwaukee, obviously traded as well. So these are teams that are interested in Cam Thomas, who would love to bring them in off their bench. And who knows, for teams like Sacramento and Milwaukee, even start. So Celtics will be in contention for Cam Thomas. I don't know if Boston's going to do it. Celtics could go a little bit older with Chris Paul and Mike Conley Jr. on the market as well. But the Celtics are going to have options, which I find very, very important. The Celtics haven't had options due to their financial. They're kind of, they've been over that second tax apron, which, widespread. Celtics can't do much. Now they have that flexibility and they have options.
No, yeah, well said. And even a guy like even maybe Lonzo, I know that's a tough run, but like there's so many options. And who would you say then, Justin? And then I'll let them ask you some questions. But I wanted to ask, you named a lot of guys there. Who would you say is the most realistic people that the Celtics either add to a two-way contract and those two open roster spots? What would you say?
So I like the idea of Lonzo Ball. Now, what questions me with Lonzo Ball is his ability to stay healthy. And I think that's why he's bounced around a little bit. And no team has really kind of clenched onto him recently. His ability to stay healthy seems to be inevitable. And I do like the idea of bringing in Lonzo Ball defensively. I like the idea of bringing Lonzo Ball in for the playmaking. And I also like his size, right? Anthony Simons, Peyton Pritchard, two prolific scorers. Problem is, both undersized guards. Peyton Pritchard, still undersized, makes up for it with his offensive ability and his ability to pick up 94 feet. But he's a smaller guard. Lonzo Ball gives you that ability to play bigger, play more widespread. I do think the Celtics should take a glance at Lonzo Ball. I would say he's a name. Obviously, Cam Thomas, the explosiveness off the bench and the ability to score in bunches, just like an Anthony Simons. That could be interesting. As far as guards, I mean, we got to see what opens up. I think the list is going to lengthen a little bit here in the next day or two. Usually teams, kind of figure out who they're keeping and who they're not, who they're waiving, who they're buying out. So the list will grow a little bit towards the end of the week. I'm going to stick with the name that the Celtics currently have is Ron Harper Jr.
I was just going to ask you that.
And I'm not just saying this because of his performance last night in Houston. Ron Harper Jr. is a guy who is a 3-and-D player, can give it to you defensively and can come down and hit shots in a timely manner and shoot it with confidence, as well as playmake. I think Ron Harper Jr. is absolutely in contention for one of those final two roster spots. And if that does happen, obviously open up a two-way deal for another young guy to come in and
multiple two-way deals.
Yeah. So I think the Celtics have, it's so cool that the Celtics have options, and we can kind of sit here and list a bunch of guys, and whether they happen or not, they're options, and the Celtics can pick and choose and go from there. But it'll be interesting to see what the Celtics roster looks like in the coming days, for sure. Because again, 2 open roster spots, 3 if you count that extra two-way spot.
I'm
back.
Yeah, I think I kind of want to circle back because I think we're all kind of stumped. I think with Giannis, we're a little more understanding of it because he does want to stay, but he's asking multiple times, give me something to work with. Yeah. But on the other hand, a guy like John Morant does not get moved over this trade deadline. What is your kind of perspective, or why do you think this doesn't happen? Obviously, there's plenty of speculations to go around. We could sit here and say it was just from a financial aspect, there just wasn't a lot to do. But what do you think kind of went down there and why he wasn't moved so far?
As for Giannis, I don't think Milwaukee feels any rush to trade Giannis. I think they could figure something out in the offseason and see if they can almost make up for lost time and see if they can salvage this season and save it. The East is still incredibly wide open, and despite Milwaukee being in, I believe they're in 12th place right now, 11 or 12th place. They're below the play-in tournament. They believe that this could be salvaged with Giannis. If Giannis can get healthy and Giannis can play, it's gonna depend on if Giannis plays or not in these next few weeks. If Giannis is kind of shut down for the rest of the season, has no interest in playing, the effort level isn't there, I think we're definitely looking at a deal in the summer. But I definitely think even adding a guy like Cam Thomas to a Giannis would be pretty interesting. But I mean, injuries have riddled Milwaukee. They go out and they get Miles Turner, who's supposed to be this excellent acquisition, free agent acquisition last summer, and he just hasn't panned out to what they thought he was going to pan out to be. And that's why I'm a little bit glad the Celtics kind of steered away from Miles Turner, because the Celtics had appeared in that conversations many times. And then in terms of, so I think for Milwaukee, I feel as if they feel no rush to trade Giannis. Giannis wants to be in Milwaukee. Giannis wants a new home if Milwaukee's not committed to winning. So I think if Milwaukee could commit to winning, and they can also look into the buyout market and bring some guys in, and if they're committed to winning, I think Giannis is Milwaukee Buck. If not, we'll obviously see moves to be made in the summer, and I feel as if that's where Milwaukee's head is at. In terms of Memphis and Ja Morant, this is a very weird situation because Ja Morant is a troublemaker, folks. He has been on and off the court. He's been through injuries. He's been through investigations. This is a guy who has freak athletic talent, one of the best athletes in the entire association, still young. And I think with Memphis, it's okay, if you want to be like this and you don't want to be here, we're going to go get what we want to get. We're going to control our own future. At the end of the day, yes, Ja, you're one of our franchise players. You're our franchise player. But at the end of the day, we need to do what's best for our own franchise, our own fans. And if you're not going to be here anymore, we need to figure out what deal best suits us. And I think that's why Memphis did not trade Ja Morant. I don't know how the packages were. They clearly weren't too appeasing for Ja. Now, I did hear a one-on-one switch, Ja and Giannis. That was an option, but that quickly fell through. That talk was diminished fairly quickly, and that was just before Giannis was reported to stay in Milwaukee. So I think Milwaukee didn't feel rushed. They didn't feel the pressure, and I think Memphis said, we're doing our own thing. And if that means we have to trade you for in the offseason, that's what we do. If not, we're rolling with you, and we're going to do what's best for our own franchise.
Yeah, I think another interesting thing to bring up, because you mentioned his athleticism.
Yeah,
his athleticism is such a important piece to his puzzle, to his game, and that's how he made his money coming to this league. And some injuries here and there, and as you get older, that athleticism starts to dissipate. And now, what are you offering to teams? And obviously, maybe it's a little early in his career to kind of be worried about that. But if you're thinking about other factors, like you said, with his off-court issues and kind of his ability to kind of disrupt an organization, you might also pull in that factor and think about it and just be like, this guy's just not worth it to have on my roster. It's a possibility.
Yeah, no, 100%. But David, do you have anything you wanted to ask him?
Yeah, I guess I'll switch the conversation back to the Celtics, and obviously filling one of those open roster spots today was converting Amari Williams to a standard contract. Just what are your thoughts on that? And do you think this is more of a play for him next year to be more part of the rotation, given that it's a 2-year deal? Just interested to see what you think about that.
Yeah, I think it gives Boston, once again, the flexibility at the center position. I mean, now with Vucevic, you have Garza, who are two awesome offensive kind of driven talents. And then I think with Nimi and Amari, you get that rim protecting defensive presence. So you're going to get – I would definitely So with a two-way contract, you're only allowed a certain amount of games between the Celtics and Maine. So, Amari, I don't know how close he is. I wouldn't assume too close, but we are getting towards that 50-game mark, which typically there's a certain amount of time after that. And I think Amari's a guy the Celtics will want to keep around. Listen, this is a guy who all of a sudden has started on some nights and all of a sudden has been thrown in, hasn't played a minute, and is thrown in against the Cavaliers with 10 seconds left to make the game-winning defensive stop. So Amari Williams clearly has very high hopes. Celtics rely on him defensively in the paint. And I don't know if you guys remember Summer League, but this guy is quite the playmaker. This guy is known for his passing.
Look what he's doing in the G League. He's just last night. How many assists did he have, Griffin? I don't know it off the top of my head, but
this is a regular thing for Amari. This isn't a flashy play. This is a regular occurrence. This is a part of his game, which I think the Celtics notice, and I think the Celtics value that. It also gives you youth at that center position, obviously bringing in 35-year-old Vucevic. I think, Amari Williams, this is undoubtedly a great move for the Celtics. You're bringing him on cheap. He's young. You just drafted him. He's turning out better than you thought he was going to be. I think with the draft class the Celtics just had minus Max Shulga, the Celtics are getting instant production out of them. Ugo, Amari. The Celtics didn't draft him, but Ron Harper Jr. Like the Celtics they plug and play. These guys go nights without playing. And then you plug them in for a play. And all of a sudden, Ron Harper Jr. is starting in the starting lineup facing Kevin Durant. All of a sudden, Ugo Gonzalez is starting and hitting game-tying shots in Brooklyn to send the game to overtime. All of a sudden, you throw in Amari Williams. He makes a game-winning stop in Cleveland. These are legit.
Yeah. And I want to say that speaks to this Maine Celtics organization and how well they prepare these guys to come into this team and make immediate impact. Because Ron Harper, I said it earlier, he was in an interview last night. I believe Noah Dalzell asked him. She was like, so coming to the Celtics team and being within the system, how much easier does that make you assimilate, for lack of a better term, into this roster? And he answered exactly what we thought. He said, yeah, it makes a huge difference. And so these guys are coming from the Maine Celtics, learning the same scheme, same plays, same mindset, and they're coming in and immediately contributing to the Celtics roster.
Yeah. And to answer your question last night, this is his stat line from last night. 26 points, 12 rebounds, 8 assists, and hit a game-winning shot in overtime versus the Heat G League team. I mean, he's nuts. Like, and again, I'm gonna pull up this play again. Like you mentioned, Justin, that's a normal pass for him. Like,
Griffin, we got to get some different Amari highlights.
Amari hit the game winner against the Heat. He shows a pass from last night.
I know, like,
I don't have the play, but this is
no, but like I need to pull that up. But the thing is, like, if we wanted to flood it with Amari Williams highlights, we'd be here all night. Like, that's how good.
Yeah, what a bar, Griffin.
And like, his passing ability is just insane. Like, he looks like a flashy guard when he's out there, and he's a center, and it's like, wait, did I see that right? Like, why is this 7-foot guy making crazy passes like that? Like, it just doesn't make sense half the time. And he could rebound. Like, he's a perfect fit for this team. But you guys go for it too.
Show us some highlights of his rebounding.
Oh,
do you have any highlights of his rebounding?
I have some highlights of Tosan and Woma here if you guys want to see.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Actually, let me bring this up because this could be an option for the Celtics two-way guy. And I don't know if you know about Tosan or Woma, Justin, but let's show some clips of him. Could you potentially see this guy being a two-way guy?
Some clips or a clip?
Some clips. I have some clips.
No, we have a lot of clips.
We have
you guys might have seen this a time or two, but we have.
You guys might have seen this 10 times, but
right, let's run the highlights.
Time. Here's the 11th time.
Another turnover. And Iwoma finishes that one too.
Gamble by Stephen Thompson Jr. Here's Iwoma. In on Stewart. Flings one up off glass and in.
His hands and how under control he is when he finishes. A lot of young players get.
I'm putting a flyer on Tosan Aroma. I'm telling
He
you.
didn't have his name on the back of one of his jerseys.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
because
a long name.
so
That's a long name.
no, this is the reason
They
why.
didn't just give up, Andrew.
No,
Don't just do that.
Yeah, you can't just
It curved to the front of the jersey.
This is the
I don't-
reason why though. A lot of the LL Bean jerseys that they do and stuff, they buy those jerseys previously to the season. So they'll have like the main guys like Kendall Brown, Amari Williams, and stuff. But when they make a trade, it's like nothing. Yeah, because I wondered that my first main Celtics game I went to, they had the Lewiston Strong jerseys after like the shooting in Maine. And Drew Peterson recently got traded there. And I'm like, who's this new guy? He doesn't even have a last name. Like, he's pretty good.
Remember when Drew Peterson was getting edits compared to like Shea a couple times when he had like a nasty crossover or something? They're like, the movement pattern similar.
Now
Hope he's doing well.
I gotta dip out. I gotta dip out. I'm out. I'm currently at work, so
I know. I saw it. I thought you were in the shop. You know?
Yeah, no, I am.
The grind.
I gotta dip. I gotta. It was great to come on here. If you guys are still on, maybe a little later, I'll tune in, and especially if we have any updates. But for now, this is concluded. Thank you. I just that you can help me get through my shift now, knowing that we can run Amari Williams highlights on here or highlight on here. Game winner against the Skyforce last night.
You know what? I'm gonna get that clip.
Justin, if you have some clips, if you have a little extra free time and you're like, listen, cut some clips of Amari for us, all right?
If I'm ever back, the highlight reel I'll be running is the Luka Garza highlight reel. I mean, that guy he hits a decel, he takes about 20 minutes to go up for a layup, but he draws it in the foul. He can step behind the 3-point arc. I mean, Luka. Whoa.
Justin, I hope you're okay. That was a tough
I know it's been a tough
one.
Justin, when
what? Yes, Griffin. What's up, buddy?
When you come back, I'm gonna have this clip for you later. All right.
What, clip?
Justin? You know what?
Game winner.
I've seen it. It's a layup. It's nothing impressive. It's
no. But when it's shown on Celtics Nation Rise, it's 10 times better. You know.
It is.
Hey, welcome.
Guest appearance.
Oh, Celtics.
Woo!
Oh yeah, let's go.
Oh, that's right. The Patriots, the Super Bowl.
And Patriots. Yeah.
Wait.
Tomorrow.
Hold on. I got to give my Super Bowl prediction before I go.
Oh yeah, let's hear it.
I don't have one.
Too hesitant on that one.
Seahawks 6, Patriots 7.
Oh my. Beep him, Andrew. Beep him. No.
Patriots 23, Seahawks 34. All right, fellas. I'm out.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Wow, that was a bombshell.
Drop some L's in the chat.
L's in
the chat.
You know what? He gets an L from us. Oh, what was that? A lowercase L? Oh, geez. We gotta fix this. Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow. That's gonna be one on. We got a Patriots video tomorrow.
What? Oh, yes. Oh, this is Maurice.
I think that's Maurice. That must be Maurice. Shout out Maurice. We'll see you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow. Well, Patriots special. Maybe we'll get some other special guests. Who knows? I don't know. Stay tuned.
Yeah, but
Drake May himself is coming on.
That's it. That's for Justin. That's for Justin. Just saying.
We might have a baking special tomorrow.
Bakeness.
You know,
should we call someone in? Should we call someone in?
No, listen, my girlfriend. Oh my gosh! Breaking news. Trading Xavier Tillman Sr. to the Charlotte Hornets. Sources tell ESPN. This gets Celtics out of the luxury tax, and Hornets get $3.5 million in the deal. Whoa!
Wow!
Just like that.
Xavier Tillman is gone. Wow!
Man.
I'm gonna see you guys later. I have another video to make. But Wow.
Griffin, you have something else to make that do you mind making that graphic too?
Yeah. I can work on that in a few minutes. Wow. Big
Took over an hour after the deadline, but
hour after the deadline.
not
Breaking news. Wow. All right. I will catch you guys in a little bit. So break it for me. I'll be back in a little bit though.
Sounds good.
Wow. So yeah, I mean, this is the shedding cap space. This is what we heard. This is what was rumored. So it is no surprise, but there is some sentimental value to it, as you alluded to earlier in this live. It's a tough one. We like X. He is a contributor to this team during our championship run. Knocked down some massive shots when we needed him. So it's tough, especially with kind of when we brought him in, kind of what we expected from Xavier Tillman, right? His trajectory in my eyes was honestly better than his trajectory I thought was going to be better than it ended up being. Obviously, like we said, did contribute to a championship, but when he was on Memphis, man, and we brought him over, I thought that was a steal. I was like, man, we just got a big time piece. He's starting on Memphis with Ja. Memphis is actually pretty high in the standings at that time. And we get him, and I say that's a steal. I think, wow, this guy could really make a significant impact. Granted, he did, but he slowly started to fizzle out as his Celtics career concluded. So this is tough. This is a tough one, but it obviously makes sense.
So
yes, Tillman too. Tillman just got traded. I'm not sure exactly the details. Daniel, I mean David. Oh my gosh, it's DA.
Everyone used to do that to me all the time growing up. So
sorry, it's not even personal. It's just
that'd be a problem. It was personal.
But we'll have to go back to 2016, do the whole YouTube thing. We'll get in the boxing ring. We'll make a whole spectacle out of it, and then we'll come back to terms and be friends still. But what was the deal specifically? I can't remember.
Xavier Tillman to the Charlotte Hornets, along with $3.5 million in cash. Not sure what is coming.
Are we tanking? No, we're not tanking. Is this race?
Season's over. Season's over.
Pack it up. We're going to Cancun now. We're calling in the season.
Not sure what's going back to Boston, but that does open up another roster spot. So I believe the Celtics have 3 roster spots open and 1 two-way spot open now,
which is insane actually to think about. And they have options now, and I like this.
Harper Jr. I mean, I'm not willing to put it. I'll put a stamp on it. I mean, Harper Jr.'s got to be getting a standard contract now, right?
I agree. Yeah, he has to be. He has to be, right? I mean, it's just.
Help me remember. Does Brad always when was Torrey Craig the last roster spot to be filled last year, or do we always carry an open roster spot even past the deadline? I don't remember.
I wish I had that answer. I don't know. I know I think they do. But I don't know. With Torrey Craig, did that fill it out? I'm not sure.
I'm trying to remember.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we don't even really need it unless these are game-changing players. Do we really need to fill out 3 spots? I mean, we're never on one night going to be playing all 15 people, but it just adds more flexibility. I agree. Ron Harper Jr. fan. Harper should get a spot. It's interesting. I think this will be the first year in the Brad Stevens era where I think 2 main Celtics get 2 two-way contracts. He's usually only done 1. His first year was Hauser from 2-way to standard. Then it was Champagny. Then it was Keita. And now who was it last year? Was it Davison? And then this year it's Amari Williams. What is the rotation now, Bloody? White
stays the same. I don't know if this really change as much, right?
Right, because Tillman wasn't playing anyways.
Yeah.
He might just be asking in general.
Oh yeah, sure.
I'm assuming, but Pritchard right now it's White, Shireman, Hauser, Brown, Cada with Vooch, Pritchard, Ugo, Walsh coming off the bench, something like that. So that's 9. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Ron Harper Jr. fan. The people that got traded, except for Simons, don't really play. I mean,
right, and that's what I like about this trade. Like, I think the Celtics. This is what they do. Like, we saw it at the beginning of the season. You sign a guy like Minot, you sign Garza, you sign all these kind of minimum level players, and you give them a shot. You say, go out, see what you can do for us. This is your test run. If you don't succeed on this team, or if you're not the right fit, we're going to get rid of you. So I think that's interesting. And now we have another runway to kind of test our options and maybe pick up guys off the waivers who we think are potential additions to this team that could push the needle. And then we can do this whole thing over again. I think that's I think the Celtics are doing that. I really do.
Yeah, we get some more comments here. What's our wing depth? I mean, we got Shireman, we got Hauser, we got Brown, Shireman, Hauser,
Gonzalez,
Ugo. Yep, thank you.
I think you mentioned Walsh, correct? Right?
Walsh.
So we have depth. That's what I've been saying this whole season. Like Minot, Boucher, while they were solid pieces, they just were not giving us what per se Gonzalez and Walsh and Shireman, Hauser were giving us. So there just wasn't any need for them in general, to be honest.
Right. I mean, we had a chance. We were staring at avoiding the luxury tax, and we had a chance to avoid the luxury tax, and any team would take advantage of that. I will say it does kind of sting a little bit just for the fan of me losing Minot and Tillman for what we talked about at the beginning, Andrew, just with Tillman being the consummate professional. Minot was a guy who obviously got a big run at it early in the season, then fell out of the rotation, had the ankle injury. Would have liked to have at least had him stick around for another year to see if he could get another shot at cracking the rotation. But, these are moves that don't move the needle for us on the court, but they move the needle for us financially, which we desperately needed.
Right. I mean, yeah, I think, and it's just, Justin came on and discussed it. It's kind of crazy that while this team is supposed to be here and we're still under the salary, but we're still in a position where we can compete. I mean, that you're living in a dream right there. That's super, super nice to see. And just a credit to Brad Stevens and this whole organization of being able to manufacture this team.
Right. So we'll see. I mean, the deadline's over, but the roster construction is not necessarily finished. I mean, with the 3 open roster spots. So yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, I love these guys, but none of them have playoff experience. Yeah. I mean, Tillman was a big part of the finals. That's not necessarily
He really was. Yeah. Tillman was a huge guy who helped us out big time. And like you said, a leader on this team, a guy who continued to contribute to the roster and pick guys up when they were down, and very consistent in doing so. And that's something you got to appreciate out of a guy who hasn't been able to get that playing time. It takes a special someone to stay the course and be professional about where they're at. So we appreciate Tillman and everything that he's done for us.
And then Ron Harper Jr. fans asking, how do they trade Tillman after 3? So with trade deadlines in sports, at least I know for the NBA, as long as 2 teams are on the phone talking by 3 p.m., and they're not calling each other up after 3 p.m., they can go past the deadline as long as they've already been on the phone before 3 p.m. to try and complete a trade. So
That's awesome. I love that.
Yep, that is probably what happened here. Some people are clowning Shams right now for waiting like an hour to report this trade, but I doubt it's like I doubt this trade happened and he just like forgot to like just, oh, by the way, this happened. Like, no, I'm sure that's what happened. Like Brad,
He's too busy fixing his hair. He's too busy fixing his hair.
or busy doing his normal. Oh, this trade happened, or oh, this person got suspended, and then it's like, oh, we got to wait 20 minutes, and then you'll tweet out the rest of the reasons.
Exactly.
I hate when he does that. I hate when they all do that.
Right. Yeah, I know.
But yeah,
he's been good though for reporting though. He's been good. He's been staying on top of everything, and he's picking right where Woj left off. So
and right on cue, Ron Harper Jr. fan says
maybe one day we'll have him on. You know, you never know. You never know.
I'll probably see this clip and me saying I hate his style of reporting and say no, thank you. But,
no, he probably likes the smoke. He might like the smoke actually.
True. Yeah, if you guys have any other questions about anything, let us know. We'll try and answer them.
Keep it going.
Lot going on, a lot of movement today. There's been some trade deadlines, I feel like, where it's fireworks, but not so much outside the fireworks, and then the vice versa, where there's a lot of moves, but no big fireworks. Honestly, I don't know if you feel the same way, but I feel like this is like a perfect medium of some, somewhat shocking blockbuster-ish trades and some, a lot of minor moves being made as well.
Right. Yeah, definitely. And no one did a stupid move this year with Cooper Fleck, and that whole debacle. I mean, with Doncic and that whole debacle.
You see the Mavericks refuse to ever talk to the Lakers again in trade talks.
Because they're afraid they're going to get fleeced. I mean, that's not our fault. You're the one that's sending over the picks.
There has to be that.
Well, while we're at it, I mean, you go first, obviously, and discuss it, but it's about a year from when it happened, right? Like
over a year.
So, I mean, we could just continue where we were at.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be some sort of one of those conspiracies out there has to be true about that deal. Like, there's no way willingly the Mavericks would give up Luka for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a first-round pick, I believe. That still is just. I think that'll forever be the most shocking trade in sports history for me, at least. Like, you could have never seen that coming. I know the NBA always puts out the videos of the draft lottery, making sure that, you see the ping pong balls moving so that it isn't rigged. Adam Silver, I feel like, said, look, LeBron's nearing retirement. The Lakers don't really have any marketable players like Nico Harrison. You're going to lose your job in less than a year, but do us a solid. Get the biggest star in the NBA to the biggest market in the NBA. And in exchange, we'll rig the draft for you to get the number one pick for the next upcoming prospect. I feel like that had to happen in some regard. Next thing you know, there's going to be a black van pulling up to my house with a ton of people from the NBA that are kidnapping me for making that take. But there's no way, like, that's like a stupid trade you make when you're screwing around with your buddies.
Oh, David, you hear that?
Right. Oh shoot. Hopefully I don't run like Luca Garza. But yeah, that will never make sense to me. And that's like a trade you make when you feel bad for your friend in fantasy for like being at the bottom of the fantasy basketball league. Like, I just, the fact that happened in real life is just still so mind-boggling to me. And it pisses me off because I know for a fact it was rigged, and I don't like the Lakers at all. But it feels like the NBA just wanted to make sure the Lakers stay relevant.
Right.
I mean, it's stand for that.
It's not out of the question. I mean, I don't, I would agree, but also I don't know. It's interesting. Very, very, very interesting to think about. So we shall see. But
Oh, Ron Harper Jr. is waiting for his Instagram to blow up when Ron Harper Jr. gets signed by the Celtics. I can't wait.
Right. It's gonna take off. I hope that happens, man. I hope that.
Boucher, Tillman, Minot, and Simon shipped out. Justin said yes, so really only one key rotational piece, 1.5 if you want to count Minot's contributions from earlier this year.
Right. Very interesting.
Oh, my days.
I mean,
Griffin!
I'm not back, but
What?
But I have to say, if you guys are talking about my boy Cooper Flag, go Cooper Flag. You know, it wasn't rigged. Wait, did you guys? Are we talking about Cooper Flag? I heard you guys say something.
Yes.
No. Oh yeah. I guess. Yeah, we're talking in regards to this. But Cooper Flag has nothing to. I mean, well, actually, he does with the draft lottery. But if we're taking that out of the equation, he doesn't necessarily have anything to do with it.
Right, he wasn't part of the trade, but I'm still convinced that the draft was rigged as a thank you for Dallas giving away their superstar to LA.
Right, and that's a fair call. It's a fair call.
I agree with you guys on that one. But I wanted to ask you guys a question, and then I'll dip out. Gives you guys something to talk about. Is Cooper Flag in the long term going to be better than Luka Doncic career-wise? That's something for you guys to answer. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Wow. Can't just leave us on an island like that, Griffin. God damn. No, I'm just kidding. It's a good question.
It is a good question. I think I'm not trying to cop out. It's just way too early for any of us to answer that. But does he have the potential to be better than Luka? I mean, I think so. He's if he can play better defense than Luka, then that'll give him an upper hand. I'm gonna look up quickly.
Well, that's where my mind goes to. It doesn't necessarily go to like play style or offensive efficiency or all these metrics that teams typically look at or NBA fans analyze. I'm kind of looking at it just from a winning perspective. Like Cooper Flag to me is a winner. He has that mindset. He's willing to do whatever it takes to get a win. He plays defense at a all-star, at a defensive player of the year level. He can score the ball, but he's also unselfish. Like, to me, he's the guy you want on your team if you're starting fresh, because he's gonna do whatever it takes to win you basketball games. Luka Doncic, I'm still a little hesitant on if he has that in his tank and in his resume, right? I don't know. You go to this, you see him play the Celtics against the Mavs, and I definitely think they were outmatched pretty much in that game. But just those little things, Luka's complaining to the refs late game, asking for a challenge, and I don't know. It's those little things that sometimes makes me question if he's committed to winning or if he's just kind of in the NBA to get some bread and enjoy the game of basketball.
Yeah, I think the edge that all time Cooper could have over Luka is defense, but the edge that Luka could have all time over Cooper is his playmaking. Like, if you need Luka to get 10 assists a game or be more of a facilitator, I feel like he could do that with ease, along with giving you 20-ish points. And I think Cooper Flag could get there as well, but I don't know if it's, to that same level. It's just, it's very hard to compare a 19-year-old to like a 27-year-old, but
right.
Very, obviously, very hopeful for Flag to turn out to be something. Obviously he's from a neighboring state from me in Maine. So obviously love that he's putting the Northeast on the map, and I hope he does well. But yeah, I think this will be a good question. It's a good question to ask now. It'll be an even better question for me to ask me after the end of the season, and it'll be an amazing question to ask maybe in like 5 years.
Mm-hmm. With AD gone, his role will go even bigger than it already was. You're right. Yeah, I think because AD hasn't been playing, it's still, we've kind of gotten that sample with Cooper Flag in this moment of time in his last 5 games, averaging damn near 25 and 10. I would assume. I don't know the specifics on it, but he's pretty damn near close to it, and he's already improved. I mean, right now, if you're looking at this guy on your Mavericks team, he's your leader, right? Like he's already your guy that I think you're actually looking to when you're on the court. Like you're looking at Cooper Flag. What do we do next in a lot of these scenarios? That's kind of how I see it. And I do think he's capable of that, but he's an 18-year-old and he's now your best player and almost your leader aside from Kyrie, who is currently on the bench with obviously a ACL tear that he's still recovering from. So this is crazy to me to think about that he's leading this team.
Cooper Flag is averaging 39.67 points in his last 3 games. No joke.
In his last 3 games?
He had a 49 piece, a 34 piece, and a 36 piece.
And I'm pretty sure that marked him as one of the youngest players, or one of the youngest players to have 100 points across a 3-game span.
And January 29th against Charlotte, that 49-point game, he was 20 for 29 from the field.
Wow.
That's crazy.
What?
29 shots up and you're making 20 of them. That's
it's actually ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. And it's because he just gets to his spots and makes his life super easy. I don't think he takes a lot of hard shots. Like I really think his game is so simplified and efficient. Obviously, that's the word we're using here. But he's just a smart basketball player that makes his life a lot easier. And not to mention his height, his size, his athleticism. A lot of the times he can kind of get that float, that bump layup and over guys, and we're good.
I wouldn't get too nervous about this Ron Harper Jr. fan. Like, not all roster moves after the deadline happen on the same day as the deadline. So this, I think Torrey Craig signed a few days after the deadline last year. So I wouldn't get worked up about this.
I think the main Celtics are like, no, keep him, we want him.
Imagine like Phil Pressey just trying to say, no, Joe,
he's staying in the G League. He's the heart and soul of the Expo. We need him.
Picture like Joe just like doing like a 30-mile stare at Phil Pressey and like not saying a word, and Phil just go, okay, you can have him.
or maybe Missoula went down. He went over to Maine and started wrestling Pressey. Who knows?
Did you see that crazy story of like Blake Griffin?
Fresh perspective, fresh face. Our guy.
Here we go.
Carl McDonald. First overall impression of this trade deadline. It's a very overarching question, but what do you think?
A lot of emotions there. Kind of, whelmed, shocked, not surprised, happy, thankful, about some of these trades. Like for example, Kristaps Porzingis to the Warriors. That one was crazy, and only because although I feel like he could be productive for that team, I don't think it's really gonna do much for them. I feel like Boston got the last best of him, and I don't think it's him being on the team is really gonna translate over to the Warriors. But it is great to see him outplaying again. So there's that. Let's see. Official trade there. We have Vucevic. That's been official. Again, miss Simons. And I'm also going to miss Minot too. I feel like a big reason why, he's gone outside of, possibly getting even more under the apron was also because he wasn't, playing as much, even though I feel like that's somebody who could have maybe stuck around a little bit longer in Boston. But something that I've, made very clear as well is Chris Boucher and his future with the city. And I'm glad that he's finally been moved, and not for the sake of I have anything against him, but he deserves better, and he deserves to be able to play somewhere where he's going to get that opportunity. Giannis is not moving, which is insane. I thought he was probably going to go over to Cleveland or Miami. What other big trades are there? I just talked about them too. It's just a lot has happened today, and happened basically in the last couple of days. So definitely one of the crazier trade deadlines that we have seen. Oh yeah, the Pacers now have Zubac, so that's very interesting. Definitely makes them a bit better, but I feel like for them to actually do something, they still need Tyrese Halliburton. But in that instance, you're giving up Isaiah Jackson and Benedict Mathurin, and I feel like the Clippers get a little bit better in that sense because now there's actually some youth on that team, and those guys could be very productive for them, along with whomever they picked, Darius Garland as well, through that Harden trade. Speaking of the Harden trade, even though I think the Cleveland Cavaliers should now be seen as the favorites to get out of the East simply because that happened, I don't think they get out of it, and I sure as hell don't see them winning a championship for the simple fact that for your team to succeed with James Harden, he has to be productive as well. And there have been times in the playoffs, whether it be past years or, of course, recent years, where he's not up to the job, up to the task. For example, when he was playing for the Sixers, and him and Embiid essentially combined for half of what Jason Tatum had in that Game 7 matchup back in 2023. So, there's that. And yeah, I think that's some of the major ones. There's considerations to pick up Cam Thomas, who was waived by the Nets. Definitely very crazy that happened, but also not too surprising because was it earlier before the season even started? They gave him like $8 million. They weren't really like sure about his future with the organization. So having him definitely wouldn't be too bad, honestly. If the Celtics, decided to test that out, that'd be great. And Lonzo, honestly, I don't know how I feel about that. I think maybe I could say yes to that just because, we could definitely develop him and figure something out with him, bring him into the fold. And also having him play would be pretty interesting too, considering that him and Tatum are a part of the same draft class. So I think that's it for now in terms of my opinion of the trade deadline for this year. If anything else comes up, then I guess I'll say anything else. So yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Rundown.
What do you think about Amari Williams getting this standard contract with the Celtics?
I love it. I absolutely love it. A chance for him to grow even more and develop even more big opportunities, coming up for him and this team. So yeah, it's really cool to see that they've essentially locked him down and are figuring out what else they can do with him in the future.
Yeah. I think Justin made a very good point now. You have two stretch bigs that can produce on the offensive end, and now you have two rim protectors that can two rim protectors. So now, say, knock on wood, Keita, he just had a small ankle sprain last night, knock on wood, he's not available. You can still technically go to that double big lineup, which we saw work pretty well against the Rockets last night. I mean, there's opportunities. Or even Amari Williams, I think Amari Williams would be potentially a better option at that double big lineup because of his defensive ability. Like, I think he's a little more fluid and can move a little more. So maybe if you go there, you're able to kind of rotate better out of defensive mistakes and can kind of recover a little seamlessly. So I think this signing gives the Celtics even more options to create and continue to win games.
We get some comments here. Who's doing better, in your opinion, Amari or Ron in the G League?
I mean, that's a tough one. I mean, I think they're both playing well in their own right.
Amari's got the double-double, but I guess Ron Harper's got the scoring, averaging like 24, 26 points in the G League. We'll see. Hopefully he'll, at some point soon, be getting a contract as well.
Right, and and Ron Harper Jr. got the nod for the G League.
Right.
So if we're talking in regards to that, Amari Williams probably could have the opportunity as well, but they decided to go to Ron Harper Jr. So that's my answer there. But it's going to be interesting if Ron Harper does get that contract. This will be the first time in a very long time that the Maine Celtics don't have a prolific scoring guard over there at the Expo, right? I mean, you had JD Davidson for a couple of years. Then you have Ron Harper this year. Like, that's going to be interesting to see how they adapt over there and just and deal with that, because Ron Harper Jr. brings a special energy and talent to the Maine Celtics.
Right. Phil Presti's gonna have his hands full.
He is. He's gonna have to figure it out. They're slowly thinning, but hopefully Brad gets some guys on a two. That's also true. They can get a two-way contract over there now with some other players, and I personally think there are plenty of options out there, and Brad Stevens has done a phenomenal job at finding them. So, like Justin said, there's just so many options right now. It's really pick your poison. It's really where are you going to go with this, and Brad Stevens has that in his arsenal right now. So this is good. This is good.
Well, have you guys asked Carl what he's thought about trade deadline so far?
We asked for a broad overview of his perspective, but we haven't got into like the nitty gritty.
Well, what's your favorite trade that's happened so far? Like, what's the most shocking trade? I think Tillman to the Hornets. Jeez, that shocked me. What?
Wait, you said Tillman to the Hornets?
What was that?
Did you say Tillman to the Hornets?
Oh wait, you didn't know? Yeah, Xavier Tillman is on the Hornets. So this is new for Carl.
Wait. This must have just been like a few minutes ago.
No, 30 minutes ago.
Oh, Ron Harper Jr. is getting us some more information in the comments also while we're at it.
Wait, what?
Is this? He's telling us the return for Boucher.
Oh, wait, hold on. How is he getting this?
He's got sources.
Wait, where did he find this? Let's see.
John Tonje?
I think I know him. He plays for the he could be a two-way guy. Wait, hold on. Let me look him up. I actually saw him play against the Stars. John
Utah Jazz forward.
Yeah.
I just saw that on Celtics Insider. The one you're talking about now.
He is a two-way.
He is a two-way.
All right. I wonder, are we bringing him on as a two-way?
It's a good question.
I'm assuming so. I'm assuming we are. I actually got to see him play when he was with the Maine Celtics. I wonder if this will be a two-way guy. So
that'll fill our open two-way spot.
Yeah. So I'm guessing this is a two-way. Yeah, acquiring two-way guard John Tonje, I think it is. Andrew, so we got some breaking news. So for Boucher,
I heard it. John Tonje, I'm almost positive he was either on Indiana or Nebraska.
Wisconsin.
I could be wrong. Wisconsin. One of those red schools.
Don't tell me I gotta make another video, you guys.
John
another video.
Tonje was on that team, and I thought he was really good. I liked him a lot. I thought defensively he's pretty good. He can knock the open three down. I like John Tonje. I think he's a good little player. And once again, it's a two-way contract, so you just don't know what you're gonna get. And I'd assume the Celtics could have moved Tillman to other places rather than just the Jazz. I mean, just the Hornets. So, you know what I mean? Because it's like you're just shedding tax. You're getting rid of a player. Like, there could have been another team that was interested in Tillman. So my assumption is that Brad Stevens is making this move, knowing or being a fan of John Tonje.
Yeah.
According to Ian, we get some Ian tweet here. Tonji's G League stats this season: 18 points per game, 4 rebounds per game, and almost 2 assists per game.
Yeah, no, he's a good player. He's a good player.
I got to see him play against Celtics versus Stars. He's definitely a good player. I wonder if he's coming in as a two-way though.
I wouldn't blame you if it hasn't been in the system, gets the nod instead of Ron Harper. I'd be pretty too.
I believe he's going to be a two-way guy. I think that's why they probably gave the nod to Amari.
I don't think they would do. Yeah, they wouldn't do that. There's just no way.
I
No way.
don't think they put him on the main roster.
If we're comparing those two guys, I mean, no way. No way.
Yeah, no. Wow. And what do you think about Tillman? He's still shaking his head. What do we got, Carl? What do you think about Tillman? Are you upset about this?
Like
we've heard nothing. You're upset about this one.
Yeah, because that's a guy we picked up during the championship season. You know, he was there. He was, a productive, player, not just in not necessarily on the court, but off the court, for those guys. Definitely provided, some great support, won a championship with us. And it's like, man, and this happened and I didn't even know about it. Oh man. All 30, I really can say
30 something minutes though. That 30. That's not
bad. 30 in the NBA, that's like a minute. That's
that corner three. We'll never forget that corner three.
That corner three. Exactly. That corner. Never, man. Never. We can never forget that. Oh man. Never forget that. The game winner he had against the Kings and the Raptors in the preseason. Small things like that. Tillman, was definitely a fun player, and I'm going to miss him, wishing him nothing but the best with Charlotte. And also he's reuniting with Charles Lee, who also was on that championship team. So there's that. Yeah.
You're right on that one. Yeah, I think, for me with Tillman, I wanted to add on to this because I had to tip out, I think he was a great locker room guy to have too. But on top of that, I think, good for him. He gets to go play, he gets to go play. So I like that. But you guys want to break more news? Because, we haven't talked about anything. I think we were last at Jared McCain, right?
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah. All right. Let's go with this one.
Tillman is 27. Ron Harper Jr. fan. He's, per contrary belief, he is not 35 like a lot of people think. He is 27.
And that's not a lie.
Yeah, that's not a lie. He's like 27. I know. I was shocked too when I found that out. I thought he was old. But wait, let's see what he has to say.
Tillman is what's up? Tiger fan with the Chiefs.
Tillman is the oldest 27-year-old ever. I agree. But let's talk about this one. We haven't talked about one in a while. From Sean Sharania, the Chicago Bulls are trading Colby White and Mike Conley Jr. to the Charlotte Hornets for Colin Sexton. What are your thoughts on this one? We'll start off with you, Carl. Take that one away. What were your thoughts on this trade?
I feel like this made Charlotte even better. They're already, doing some great things right now. They're like a seven win streak right now. So picking up a player in Colby White, definitely helps them out even more, gives them more depth. And on the other hand, you have the Bulls who now have another guard, and we don't know what they're going to do with that. Whether, I don't know who suggested it, maybe use their guards for a package, or I guess roll with it, because right now, and I saw this somewhere, they don't have a player who's 7 feet. So that's, obviously a bit concerning. The Bulls really don't have that much size, and of course have gone from, a team that was showing some promise at the beginning of the season to now essentially floundering because they have all of these guards and not much more to do with them. Obviously, not just, the guards that we have mentioned and that they have now, but they have Rod Dillingham from the Timberwolves there too. So there's that. The Bulls just, I don't know what they're doing right now with their team and their organization as a whole. And for Charlotte, this is a team that could potentially compete within the next few seasons or so if they develop right. And it not only starts with, a trade that brought over, Kobe White, but also Tillman. I feel like he can be a very valuable asset to that team. And again, with him already playing with Charles Lee, there's that chemistry there too. So really trusting in that. And if Tillman was so beloved, behind the scenes, in the locker room by the Celtics for just being that veteran presence, being that supporter, then he's pretty much going to provide that same, asset, that those same values to the Charlotte Hornets locker room and, help out with their morale even more, help them mature even more. So definitely that's a team that we should be looking out for in the next 2 to 3 seasons.
Yeah. David, do you have anything on that trade?
No, just from looking at it on this article, Bulls got a little bit younger, it looks like. They traded away Kobe White, who's 29, who was putting up a pretty respectable stat line, almost 19 points and 5 assists on 44% shooting this season. But they're getting a guy like Dieng, who's 22, and then Sexton, who's 27. So yeah, the Bulls were definitely busy this trade deadline, acquiring a lot of pieces. Interesting trade, given Chicago's in the 10 seed and Charlotte's right behind them in the 11 seed. So a battle of the teams that want the play-in spot, that last play-in spot. Yeah, Kobe White, I guess, is older than Tillman, which is funny and crazy. Ron Harper Jr. fan, but. Yeah, I guess Bulls just got a little bit younger and got some more flexibility at the wing position, guard position too.
Yeah, I wanna say for this one too. I look at this trade and it's like, everyone was saying, "Oh, we want Kobe White to Boston," but that obviously didn't end up happening. And I'm not mad about that because I don't. What do you guys think? Would you guys have liked them to trade for Kobe White?
Really quickly, Kobe White is not older than Tillman. Kobe White is only 25, so I got exposed as a casual again. My apologies.
But yeah, would you guys have liked White there? We'll have you guys answer really quick. Or are you kind of happy more so the position that we're in? And I'll ask that for Carl and David.
Honestly, I could go for a Kobe White, definitely. I think the main concern there is probably, how much we would be paying him. We just got ourselves out of that luxury tax, so there's that concern. Definitely, though, I think he could have been productive for us, but all in all, I am satisfied with what we have. If we were to get a guard, definitely somebody that we didn't have to pay too much for, could definitely be young and hopefully, coming off of the bench, serving a similar role that Simons was serving for us, for the past, 7 months as he was on this team. So, yeah, I'm fine with what we have right now. And Kobe White playing with Charlotte, honestly, doesn't hinder us at all.
Yeah, what about you, though, David?
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same way. Wouldn't mind bringing on Kobe White, 6'4" guard who can get some scoring for you, but I don't know what it would take to acquire him. What other pieces of our rotation are going to be subtracted to bring in someone like Kobe White, even though we have a need for a guard right now? That's the biggest question for me. But I'm willing to see what we can do with internal options. Hopefully Ron Harper Jr. He's like the name of this whole live stream. I feel like where he's been said probably the most up there. But see what we got with him.
You're right on that one. I want to ask you though, Carl. Who do you want the Celtics to go after? They have now 3 open roster spots. It looks like, because it looks like he'll be in the 2A spot. Who do you want the Celtics to go after? Yeah. Yep, we just broke that one. Yep.
Honestly, I don't think I have anyone specific in mind. I would have said the Sumu, but he's already been moved. I know, Griffin, you talked about how that's definitely somebody who could have helped us out and could have been involved in a package alongside Vucevic. Definitely, I could take anybody. I'm open for anybody, as long as they, I guess, meet the requirements of what it is to play with the Celtics now. I'm not particularly too picky. I just want, somebody that's productive, can get a shot, can get some rebounds in as well, and just play some defense. And doesn't cost too much too.
Yeah. And Carl, I want to ask you this. I was kind of mad at the Bucks for not letting Giannis go. I agree. That would have been one to break. Carl, you're our big NBA guy. You cover the NBA a lot, though. What was the most shocking move for you, would you say?
That's a good question.
Xavier Tillman.
Oh my gosh.
I think that
I
could have
wish.
been. Low key, that could have been, because he was pretty shocked. I was just thinking about this, like the faces that we were making for Andrew's post earlier. Carl did that face when we broke the Tillman news.
Wait, that's what that was for?
What?
No.
No, it was for a post for earlier, the post.
Oh,
But
okay.
I'm saying you just made that face when we broke the Tillman news.
Oh, that's true.
I think that was Carl's most shocking trade. I agree though. Like I thought Tillman was safe. I don't know about you guys, but I thought Tillman was safe.
I'm actually gonna say Jaren Jackson Jr. getting traded over to the Jazz, only because him getting traded before Ja is like, how does that happen? Especially when you have, like, right, exactly. Like, I thought Ja would have been gone before Jackson, and I thought Jackson would have been the one to been given the keys up to, in Memphis, not the other way around, where, Ja still has the keys and Jackson's the one gone.
Yeah, no, I agree. And really quick, let's break down another one though. Because we've just been breaking down trades as we go. But this is a fun one because could Celtics land Lonzo Ball? And this is a fun one that we could talk about because, for one, this was the initial trade. The Cleveland Cavaliers agreed to trade Lonzo Ball and a 2 second-round picks to the Utah Jazz. And then after that, the Jazz are expected to waive Lonzo Ball, allowing him to be a free agent. Now, is he a free agent yet, or are they yet to waive him? That's my question, first of all. And could the Celtics land him? That's my second question.
Can you pull that graphic back up so I just want to read it again.
Yeah, let me pull that up for you, David.
So they're expected to. They haven't officially waived him yet, but
that's what I was thinking. Yeah, that's what was in my mind.
I'd love to bring him. I mean, we don't have the score. He wouldn't bring the scoring off the bench, but I'm all for having a guard that can facilitate the offense off the bench. So I'd be all for that.
Yeah. What are you though? What do you think about that move, Carl? For one, and then would you be willing to do that?
Yeah, this move, I wouldn't say is entirely surprising that they are waiving him and allowing for him to, go over to the Jazz potentially. Honestly, I wouldn't mind, taking him as well. We discussed before, in giving up Simons and getting a Vucevic, we would be giving up our guard depth. So definitely bringing him on could help, alleviate that problem. And, I feel like he can be productive with the Celtics, even if, he's not coming off of the bench and raining the threes in like Simons did once before, for us. So definitely I could see Lonzo Ball, on this team, or at the very least, I wouldn't mind having him on this team. And I feel like, in this case too, we wouldn't have to pay him, a whole lot. And that pretty much checks off all the, boxes for me, not having to pay him a whole lot, definitely providing some type of productivity to the team and just in general overall success, him being a key reason why, we remain successful in the Eastern Conference and in the NBA as a whole.
Oh, yeah. You want to add on to that, David? And I'm going to try to get David's graphic up here in a second.
No, pretty much just very, very similar thoughts there. Yeah, the deadline happened, but we'll just have to see with, coming days of the bio market and all the dominoes falling with that. So there will be a lot more to come with that as well.
Yeah, I think that'll be more exciting when because again, that's when the Celtics are going to have a lot more breaking news, because again, they have 3 roster spots open now, because it really looks like what was I going to say? It looks like with the Celtics that they're just kind of trading these guys, which I don't think is much of a problem, because you look at the Celtics and the guys that they traded haven't even played. So it's not like, except for Simons, that's the only like player that's like, all right, he's actually had an effect on our roster. But do you guys agree with me in that sense? I feel like these trades weren't like catastrophic. Like they helped in senses.
Well, I think I just hope it doesn't affect the locker room too much, because like me and Andrew were talking about earlier, these guys are professionals. They understand that, trades happen, but you form bonds with these guys off the court. And I don't think it'll affect team chemistry, but for a guy like Tillman moving, I feel like that's got to sting more than the others personally, because I mean, Tillman's been a part of this team for nearly 2 years now. So I don't know. I don't think you're absolutely right, Griffin. It doesn't affect anything on the court. 3 of the 4 guys, everyone but Simons that we traded was not really a part of the rotation at the time of the deadline. But I just hope it doesn't affect the chemistry too much, but I don't think it will.
Yeah. What about you though, Carl?
Yeah, definitely, small things like that could bring up, bigger problems. But, I feel like, yeah, it's something that's definitely going to be difficult to get past, giving up a Tillman, somebody again who was, again, important to this team, and in a lot of ways that a lot of people or a lot of us fans may not be seeing. Definitely, that's why I was so shocked, is that I thought not necessarily he was going to stay forever, but like long enough to the point where people really were like, hey, we love this guy. Because again, he was there for when we won a championship, and he was there for, us in those difficult moments towards the end of, our season last season and at the beginning of this season as well. So definitely when you're looking at, giving up Tillman, it is heartbreaking. It's kind of like it's kind of like, giving up that, or not giving up, but like that one friend moving, that one friend you didn't really hang out with too much, but you were still, around them at lunch, and you were in the same classes as them, and everything just kind of, feels weird without them being there, after they moved, and nothing really feels the same anymore because they're now gone.
Oh, well said. But I want to pull up this graphic really quick that David shared with me. David, if you wanted to break this down really quick.
Yeah, so what a turnaround it's been for the Celtics organization financially in these last 6 months. I mean, as of the start of the offseason and June 15th back last year, our salary and luxury tax projected cost was $540 million, and we've nearly cut that by $400 million over the span of less than 6 months. I mean, it took some painful trades with trading guys like Porzingis and Holiday and letting go of guys like Horford and Cornette, by, some savvy moves in the more recent days with trading Simons to fill a need in Vucevic at our center position, while also significantly cutting down on our luxury tax bill from almost 39 million to 17 million. And then just more savvy moves today, trading Boucher, Minot, and at the buzzer Tillman. So it went from, all right, this team is going to have to pay some sort of luxury tax bill, but holy cow, we're still crazy competitive even with losing all that talent from a championship team, to, as of 5:02 p.m. on Thursday, February 5th, wow, like we were able to get under the luxury tax in a less than 6 month period of time, not lose any of our rotational pieces minus Simons, but we flipped him for another rotational piece in Vucevic, and we're still sitting in third in the East. So just unbelievable, absolute clinic from Brad Stevens. Whether this is his best work yet is something that we could all debate, but I mean, just incredible work from him in the front office to keep this team competitive, roll with the punches, but also retain some of that flexibility we were missing, as Justin also talked about earlier.
Yeah, Yeah. What do you guys have anything else you want to add on to it, Carl and Andrew? Oh, you're muted, Andrew. Oh,
I do have one thing to say.
yeah.
Anything is possible when you have Brad Stevens as your GM.
I didn't hear it. Let me hear it again.
Oh, yeah. When you have Brad Stevens as your GM.
Love it. I love it. I love it.
Anything is possible.
I am going. Wait, is it Tanji, you guys? It's Tanji, right? John Tanji.
Yes, sir.
All right, all right. I'm gonna switch it over to you guys once again. I know I've been so distant this whole time, you guys. That's my bad. That's my bad. I'm switching over to some good guys. You guys got us covered. But I will see you guys again soon.
What a dog, Griffin. What a dog. That man's on his A game today.
He's grinding.
Got to give it to him.
You know, the NBA may have had a deadline, but Griffin does not.
Griffin does not have a deadline. It's good stuff. Good stuff right there. Let's see what we have in our arsenal to discuss. Anyone in the comments, if you're kind of thinking about something or have something on your mind, let us know.
Ron Harper Jr., why were you mad at the Bucks for not letting Giannis go? I should say,
yeah. Why were you mad at? Yeah, why were you mad? Just to get him out the East, or kind of what's your reasoning behind that? Because he doesn't want to go.
I'm just sick and tired of this whole saga. Just do you want to stay or do you not want to stay? Like,
that too many mixed.
It's a toxic relationship. It's a toxic relationship. You know, it's playing mind games with me. Either way, we're both not doing it for each other. But you're tying yourself to this old feeling that you once had with this team. I don't know. I just think Giannis does need a fresh team to be a part of.
Well, help me understand, because you guys understand more about the NBA as a whole rather than me. But have really these last few exits for the Bucks just kind of been unlucky? Like, obviously we beat them in 2022 when they were up 3-2. So that I feel like that, if I remember correctly, falls on Giannis a little bit. I mean, their team, or wait, they didn't have Chris Middleton. I forgot. They were using that excuse for a while. I mean, all jokes aside, that would have made a difference if he was available in that series. So that's an injury. 2023 first round, they play the Miami Heat out of the 8th seed, who just go on a crazy run. But Giannis, I think, hurt his back in that first game. It was never really the same after that. So that's an injury. And then I don't remember when they lost the Pacers a couple years ago, what happened. I don't know if there are any injuries involved with that. But then last year, Dame Lillard tears his Achilles. So is this just does Giannis have a right to be pissy or about them and all these early exits? Or is it just honestly a ton of bad luck with injuries?
I think he has a right. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's just, to me, it's Giannis brought you a championship, right? I brought you a championship 2021, not that long ago, right? Not that long ago. And we haven't made it back since. Or we haven't even necessarily made it to the Eastern Conference since, right? So there is reason to be frustrated over there, 100%. My thing is it's just if you're the Bucks organization and if you're Giannis, you got to just get this figured out. Figure it out. Sit in a room, lock yourselves in a room and say, hey, it's just not going to happen. I don't think we can get you the guys you want or whatever this is. You got to figure it out because you're stalling the Bucks' success. And when it comes down to it, if you're the GM, that's your first priority. It's not about maintaining a relationship with Giannis. It's not about looking back on the past and trying to reminisce and find a way to get that back. You got to put your eyes towards the future. And they're stuck in this limbo right now with Giannis of kind of trying to figure out what direction we're going to go. You either go get your picks, you either go get supporting cast for Giannis and go make a push, or you say, Giannis, it's just not going to work out. We'll see you later. So I think, to be honest, I think the Bucks front office needs to be more transparent with Giannis rather than Giannis. I think the Bucks front office is in more of fault than Giannis.
I'm gonna have to second that. This is almost like a LeBron James situation where he's brought over to a team that wasn't doing anything before him. He is the reason why they're successful, going from one of the worst teams in the NBA to a first seed, making a finals appearance, him doing that at 22. And then after, spending a few more years there, he leaves, and then people want to find a reason to, demonize him for that, which I feel like if Giannis were to get the trade that he wanted, people would demonize him for it regardless, which is, weird. But yeah, it's definitely a case of the organization, not looking to help him, or at least not looking to be, honest about that. And also, it's definitely bad luck there. As you mentioned, David, there were the injuries. In 2024, he had suffered an injury prior to the playoffs. I want to say a month before the playoffs, and was just unavailable.
Against the Celtics, I remember that.
Right, yes. And then Dame got hurt too, if I'm not mistaken, as well, like during
he got put in a boot. That's right.
Yeah. And I think Middleton too got hurt too. So it was just domino effect, just ridiculing that team. And even worse too, they picked up Damian Lillard essentially for the sole purpose of winning it all. They immediately became the favorites over the Celtics prior to the Celtics picking up Drew Holiday, which, funny enough, that would have never happened if they never gave up if the Bucks never gave up Drew Holiday to pick up Dame in Portland. So definitely everything, falling in this, weird position, and Giannis essentially is at the center of it, suffering. And it wasn't his fault. Andrew, you talked about it. This is a guy who brought them to a championship, a ring 5 years ago. This was their first championship since Kareem got them their first title. That's how long it's been, almost over 50 years at this point. And to see him, having to go through this, to be this, essentially a once in a lifetime type player, playing the way that he is and leading this team and carrying them on his back and not having anything else to show for it outside of individual awards in the championship that he led them to. It honestly is a heartbreaking situation for Giannis. And, I also share in that sentiment of frustration is that, hey, why aren't we doing anything to help him out? Not just, getting players that can actually help him to get over the hurdle and get him back to at least the second round, which is the farthest he's been since winning a championship. But, at least letting him go, because if you really love something, you would let him go. And I know, there's also that, weirdness of Giannis. Hey, I love Milwaukee. I want to stay. I think that mainly comes from, the fan base, even though they've kind of been doing him a little bit dirty as well. Not necessarily the organization, or maybe he's, nervous to leave, the Milwaukee Bucks. It's, the place that drafted him, and his parents, and I'm thinking of this one clip of him and his parents, walking in the arena, and he's showing them all the jerseys in the rafters and how he said, his name could be up there one day. I'm thinking of a clip where he said that he's going to be an MVP one day, and he's laughed at by the reporters. And this guy, has proven time and time again that he is not only a generational talent, but a legend in NBA, in basketball history. And it feels like more and more every day that's kind of being shelved away because the Bucks just don't care about him and his feelings anymore. And it's just odd. He doesn't even live there anymore with his family. He's back home, in Greece with, his wife and kids. So that just goes to show that this is a weird relationship, probably the most toxic relationship we have seen in the NBA between a player and an organization.
Yeah, you make a good point. You make a really good point. And you kind of pulled at my heartstrings on that one, where he's dreaming about being an MVP with the Bucks and bringing multiple championships and seeing his jersey in the rafter. there is a lot of sentimental value involved in this whole process. So, I understand the hesitancy, the reason it's taking so long. It's because there's a lot more wrapped up in this trade than just we're going to move on or X's and O's, you could say, for a better term. So it's really, really interesting. And it's, once again, me and David discussed this earlier, it just sheds light on the dynamics of how this all goes. And one of my, I wish I could have him on, but he's currently at practice. Someone I know helps train Xavier Tillman, right? And he does that during the off season and helps him out. And who knows what happens with that, right? Who knows what where my buddy goes and how he continues to stay involved with that. Hopefully he's like, all right, I'm gonna go over there at Tillman. I'm gonna hang out I'm gonna go over down to Charlotte and enjoy the Carolinas. But it's super interesting to see the dynamics that play out in the ripple effect that these trades have, not only just on families, on players, but on organizations, but just the supporting cast of a player.
I'm going to throw out a question here. I don't have an answer for it, but just something to talk about. What's one trade, either with the Celtics or with another team, that you wish happened today? For me, I guess I have an answer while we're thinking. I mean, I don't know to what team, but it would have been cool to get LeBron out of LA. I don't think that would have happened in a million years, but I don't know. That whole relationship, from what I read, seems kind of like walking on eggshells from the Lakers' perspective with LeBron. So I thought, I don't know, it would be cool if a superstar of, the face of the league would have gone traded today. But Carl, you can go ahead.
I was going to say that Giannis trade. I feel like he deserves better. And I don't know, man. But LeBron getting traded to the Celtics would have been very interesting.
Yeah.
LeBron and Bronny.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
They're a package deal. You can't. This is. We got to know that.
I'm getting told to shut up in the comments. If you post that comment, we might someone might get suspended or bleeped.
Yeah, we're gonna Justin, you're on our watch list right there with that comment. That's unacceptable. That is unacceptable. But G entered the studio. I like how your initials G.
Andrew,
our G, Griffin Aldrich.
You feel me too with it though. And if you guys don't know StreamYard, it's a thing where, you're editing late night, you're like posting something and you sign in on your phone or something, and it's like, pick a name, and it's like, I don't have time for this. I'm just putting G, and then you enter it. But what did I miss? What are you guys talking about?
Oh, we're just talking about like trades that we wish would have happened.
All right.
I'm gonna keep it more realistic one on this one. I'm gonna just say I wish we somehow got a guard from that Bulls trade, whether it's use Minot and use Tillman or give them something that potentially they would have liked in that trade. Obviously, we didn't make it happen, but I think that would have been a nice opportunity to pick someone up.
Yeah, I have to say I'm thrown off by David's gang signs. Am I not?
No, whoa,
it's Minot.
Whoa.
I know. Why not Minot? Why not
Minot?
Trying to get that boy in trouble.
There's no gang affiliation in this podcast. I'll tell you that about.
I don't know, David. You're wearing red.
Off me. No, great. These are the types of combos that happen when you're 3.5 hours into it.
I'm going nuts. I'm going nuts
for clicking in and out of StreamYard. Jeez. Wait, have you guys broke down all the trades yet, or no? Have you guys went through those ones though?
I think so.
I'm losing count.
Have we talked about the Kristaps Porzingis one?
No, we have not. We have not.
Let's break this one down because we didn't talk about it last night. The Golden State Warriors are sending Jonathan Kuminga and Buddy Hield to Atlanta for Kristaps Porzingis. What is our initial thoughts about this one? Because I mean, last night we were starstruck. I mean, Daniel, like, you know, he was starstruck. I was starstruck. Andrew was starstruck. We were all starstruck. But
I'll keep it sweet, I guess. Just the fact that Porzingis and Horford are back together is weird but cool. Cool being that I love seeing them two together again. Obviously, they were a huge part of the team the last 2 seasons, but weird. And sort of, I don't know how to feel about it given that it's on the Golden State Warriors. I don't have an analysis, I guess, about the trade itself, but it doesn't sit well with me that they're both, you know, together again on a team that beat us in the finals a few years ago. But I'm happy they're both together again as teammates.
Yeah. What about you though, Carl?
Yeah, you know, it like David said, it is really cool to see them playing together again. But I don't think this really helps them out in the long run. Like, again, there's the age factor. There are the injuries. You know, Jimmy's out for the rest of the season. Curry's still dealing with his injuries. Draymond, you know, being out for rest. That's not, you know, looking good for a player who is getting up there in age. Al Horford really hasn't played that much for the team, even though he had, like, yeah, they'll say, you know, he's hurt and everything like that, but never has had a significant injury. You know, God forbid he does, but definitely, you know, saving him for the playoffs. But you would want, you know, more miles on him, even though he is getting up there in age. And then Kristaps Porzingis playing with them, although younger, you know, and definitely could be effective, you know, all the great qualities that he had whilst he was playing in Boston and even before that in New York. It's definitely not going to be the same, you know, Kristaps, as he has that injury history and unfortunately was dealing with that, you know, illness, which I think he's not, you know, dealing with anymore, or is something that he's now been able to manage. And hopefully he is able to, you know, in the foreseeable future as well. Just in general, this team, you know, although have a good pickup, I don't think, you know, it really helps them out in the long run.
Yeah. What do you got for us, Andrew?
I think it had to happen. I mean, I think the Warriors, to be honest, were just trying to shop him. They were trying to shop him for the longest time. Their relationship was just not at a good spot. And so they made this trade. Justin is back again. Wow. Look at that.
Nice.
Double appearance, Justin.
But, you know, I feel like we left on a sour note earlier with the whole predictions and Super Bowl predictions and everything. I want to bring back some positive news here in the Celtics atmosphere. I want to bring up this tweet because I think, like, you know, you talk about the winners and losers of the trade deadline, and you try not to be biased. You try to be realistic, and you also have to understand a lot more goes into these trades than the glitz and glamour, who you're getting or who you're giving up. We got Anthony Davis, so we got Luka Doncic. There's a lot of things that go into these trades. And I think for the Celtics, and we've talked about this, this is a real stat, by the way. The Boston Celtics 25-26 finances, their projected salary and luxury tax as of June 15th, so during the offseason coming into this season, was $540 million. $540 million. It's now February 5th. The Celtics' projected salary and luxury tax is $186.5 million. That is unbelievable. Anything's possible. I mean, come on. That is the incredible work of Brad Stevens. So when you see these trades of Chris Boucher for nothing, Xavier Tillman for nothing, Josh Minot for nothing, it's salary dumping, folks. The Celtics are clearing not only roster spots, they're clearing salary. And the Celtics needed to do that in the offseason, and they needed to do that now, and that's what they've done. And you got to credit Brad Stevens because, listen, we talked about we talked about it earlier in the show with even before I was on. David, you were mentioning it earlier, and I'm going to mention it again. Like the Celtics, no matter what, they had to make moves. They had to avoid that second tax apron, and they had to get under even the first tax apron. And the Celtics have done that. And, we mentioned now the trade deadline's over 2.5 hours ago, but the Celtics are going to get to look at the buyout market and at a lot of really good candidates. And the Celtics have opened up some roster spots. And now they're getting that two-way player. He's a terrific college player, by the way. I know you guys were talking about him earlier. So, we'll probably talk about him on the main report because he's going to play a lot of significant minutes up in Maine, hopefully. But I think Brad Stevens handled this trade deadline so perfectly. Right? Like you were probably going to lose Simons this offseason. You probably weren't going to pay him at least as much as he's worth. So what do? You go out and you fill the big man hole. That's a hole the Celtics were kind of lacking this year, despite Keita and Garza playing terrific. So what they do, they went out and got a vet, Vooch, who could stretch the floor, play the stretch five, get you rebounds, 17 points and 9 rebounds a game. Also, this guy's shooting at a 50-38 clip, 50% field goal, 38% from deep. That's incredible for a big man. And to put that alongside Peyton Pritchard, Jaylen Brown, and hopefully Jason Tatum in the coming weeks/months, that's going to be quite impressive. So, I'm very impressed with how Brad Stevens handled this trade deadline. And yes, the Celtics dished out 4 players to get 1 player, but ultimately the Celtics put themselves in a terrific financial situation right now.
No, well said, Justin. And I know.
Oh my gosh, hold on, stop the show, Griffin. That is amazing how you compliment me like that. You're gonna make me blush, man. Thank you.
Griffin is the most affirmational person I know. Every well said, which is awesome. I appreciate it.
You say the worst thing in the world, and everybody will look at you like that. And man, I saw the good in that message. That's well said.
And we love that. And we love it. It's a good thing. It's a good trait, man.
But no, seriously, that's huge. The way Brad Stevens handled this deadline, and it's going to set the Celtics up not only for the buyout market, but also this upcoming offseason when you definitely have Jason Tatum back in the rotation.
No, without a doubt. And I wanna say this though. You left us on such a sour note. Aren't you a Patriots fan?
Go Pack, go baby. Nah, listen. The David, really, dude, you're gonna give me that look. You've been dropping 6-7 jokes now. All right, you're gonna give me that look. All right, come on, David. I love you. I'm the number 1 David fan ever, and you're gonna give me that look.
My brother might have you beat. He's gonna.
No, nobody ever has me beat than David. I went in front of professional journalists and gloated about David and made myself look like a total fanboy. I am 100% David trained, baby.
You gotta join my brother. He's making a David fan page.
Oh gosh, I don't know if I can do that. But no.
Now you're backtracking.
Obviously,
I
love the Patriots. I'm like everybody's talking about the Super Bowl Sunday. I'm like, Celtics are on at 12:30 against the Knicks. That's the biggest game of the year coming up.
Maybe JT.
And obviously, I'm a bigger Celtics fan than I am.
Games. You can watch
Patriots
both.
Fan.
I mean, they're different times.
So, you know what's funny? It popped up in my memories. When's the last time the Patriots? When did they do the 28-3 comeback? Was that 2018?
2017.
2017. That afternoon, the Clippers were in town to play the Celtics. That was Paul Pierce's last game in Boston ever, and he hit that 3 at the end. I was at that game, and that was pretty cool. It popped up, and then the next Snapchat story was screaming about the Patriots and how they just came back, and that was a pretty electric day in Boston sports. Pierce returning, Brady winning a Super Bowl. That's as electric as it gets. But I'm a Patriots fan. But come on now, the Celtics after the trade deadline, Vucevic on their team, got to play the Knicks. Knicks have been, Celtics and Knicks outside of Charlotte are 2 of the hottest teams in the Eastern Conference right now. So that's not only a big game, standings wise, but just, in general. And, we're only in February, but I think anytime you play a team like New York or Philly or Milwaukee, I guess Milwaukee slipped a little bit, but Detroit or Cleveland, those are big games. I don't care if it's October, and I don't care if it's April at the very end, and we're playing guys like Ron Harper Jr., Luka Garza, and Miyaj Keita in one lineup, which has proven to be the best lineup of the year, by the way. It's important. Those games are important, and you got to show up for those games. And for the Celtics, they're down 2-1 in the season series. And if you want that tiebreaker, this is a make or break game for the Celtics because it for the last month, these two teams have been neck and neck, switching second and third.
No, I agree. I'm excited for our and this gives promotion. Go check out tomorrow. We're gonna be filming something Patriots, and so make sure to keep your eyes peeled for that.
What time's the Super Bowl start? 6?
6:30.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys post game will be just before. It'd be like a post game show / pre-game show to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you're right on that one. Jeez, that's gonna be a fun one.
Oh, wow.
Between 6 and 7.
Jeez. All right, can we get a beat for that one? Can we get a beat for that one, Andrew?
It's true. We're bleeping facts now.
That is true. Wait, Griffin, that is true. There comes a time where,
I
if
get
we're
a beat?
beeping flat, we're going to put ourselves in a predicament. I mean, that's not
Right.
good.
Gonna have to file a lawsuit.
Where do
against us.
we draw the line? Where do we draw the line?
Jeez.
Where do we draw the line? If David drops one more 6-7 joke and Griffin drops that same Amari Williams highlight again, we're gonna just end the show. Just cut, do the colored lines on the screen like when the TV signal goes out. Like
once we close, maybe I'll give you guys
screaming in the background.
all right. Well, we're about to welcome on someone else too. So I gotta
wait before you do that. I'm struggling over here. My computer is frozen.
What's this trade? Why were we on that train?
Just go.
What are you?
Andrew's connection right now is brutal.
It's brutal. I know.
I think we're. Whew, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Andrew right now. Andrew, you were bugging. You
just go. Just go.
Oh, jeez. All right. Well, all right. We're welcoming in.
Sorry.
We're welcoming in too, Marty the Meat Man. Welcome.
Hey.
What's up, fellas?
Yo, I have to say
that mic quality right there. Woo. Outdoing all of us over here.
And I have to say, you and Carl, I don't know if you guys even formally met, but you guys were on the same fan series. You guys know that?
I do. I do remember that.
Yes. Yeah. Same episode. Marty, what have you thought about the trade deadline so far?
A little lackluster. We had some blockbusters that were supposed to happen that didn't happen. Celtics traded for my favorite player in the world, which is future considerations. So that's always good. But, I think a lot of teams did a lot of things that they needed to do. A lot of teams, actually a couple teams surprised me. Utah loading up, the Wizards loading up, didn't have that on my bingo card. But an interesting trade deadline leaves me with some major question marks for teams that either didn't make moves or I feel made too many moves. I'm looking at the Chicago Bulls. Who
are hogging all the guards, by the way.
All of them.
all of them.
But yeah, no, it's been an interesting trade deadline. I mean, we've all been glued to the Shams updates and everything like that. I was surprised to see the Celtics ship out 3 guys, but it does make me feel like they're looking at the buyout market, considering, now roster spots are available. Maybe we call Ron Harper up and tell him, hey, you get the full-time gig.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what Brad does in the coming days and weeks with those open spots and a little bit. But the cap maneuverability that the Celtics have shown throughout the past 6 months, going from a team that was deep in the second apron, ready to be a repeat offender for, I think, the 4th of 5 years. And to get down to, I think we cut after the luxury tax and the penalties and everything, I think we cut $400 million in spending. So cool to see. I mean, that doesn't do anything for us at home. It keeps Brad in his position.
Does for Brad though. We got Brad.
Yeah.
Dump truck Brad. Dumping the prices. I'm trying to get us back here.
Brad the Builder.
Andrew, stop doing that if you can't get us back.
I get lost sometimes.
The rest of
Still
the show is just
maneuvering
Brad Stevens with the dump
in the
truck.
beeping.
No, we were just talking about that, and we just had a graphic up on the screen. I mean, the Celtics were what, over $500 million. Yeah, here it is, $540 million about 7 or 8 months ago, and now you're looking at 186.5, and you're able to go out and dip your toes in the buyout market. As we mentioned, something the Celtics have been unable to do the past couple of years. So you get tremendous roster flexibility having those open spots, and you also get tremendous financial flexibility. Whether the Celtics use that now, I believe they have to get one spot, because you can't have 14. You got to have 14 players at minimum. So the Celtics will search the buyout market. Now, whether they find somebody in the buyout market or they standardize, we mentioned Ron Harper Jr., Max Shulga. Also, Celtics acquired that guard in that Utah trade. Whether one of those guys gets standardized, we'll have to see. But, again, you just mentioned it, and I mentioned it just before you came in, that the flexibility right now the Celtics have is inspiring, and that's credit to Brad Stevens.
Yeah, and I mean, also just to say, you look at that graphic. You don't have to pull it up again if we can't come back.
No, I can pull it up.
But yeah, that one. At 540 million in penalties and everything.
Yeah,
we had Al Horford, we had Kristaps Porzingis, we had Drew Holiday.
Right.
And you gut that team, and you do all this work to get down to the number that we're at now, and we did more moves today, and yet we're still the 3 seed in the East without Jason Tatum also playing. This is masterwork on it. Brad Stevens, when he retires, and I hope that's in the far future, when I have grandkids. But when he retires, he needs to hold lectures and seminars on how to run an NBA organization, because this guy, he's got it.
and we look at guys. I just want to mention, because we talk about the two-way spot being open. We talk about potentially one of the roster spots being taken up by a two-way guy currently. Look at Brad Stevens and how he's been able to. We talk about the development in Maine, the system in Maine, and in Boston, the coaches and staff. Look at the players who have come up through Maine and through those two-way contracts. Luke Cornett, Sam Hauser, obviously J.D. Davison, who is the greatest Maine Celtic of all time. And
last night the Celtics had the first lineup in history with all Maine, all G League roster.
And you look at you mentioned Miyush Keita in there as well, and it's incredible that the Celtics have this developmental system and how well it works, and we're very much so could see that with guys like Amari Williams and Ron Harper Jr.
And now Tanji coming in. I mean, he's a talent in his own right, and so that's really, really exciting to see. And it's Brad Stevens is not just going out and getting John Tanji just on a whim, right? This is calculated. This is a calculated move from Brad Stevens. And this is what we like about him so much, is every move he's making sure he's winning.
You also got help from Danny Ainge too out there.
And that too. They got a nice little partnership out there. I'm not gonna lie. They're both helping each other out.
Yeah, this kid's pretty good. One of the best college players a couple of years ago. Why don't we send him up to Maine and I'll help you out?
Right.
Yeah, and now we're I want to mention something, because we haven't talked about this trade, because this is a trade I don't know if any of you guys even mentioned it today, not with the Celtics, but that we have Justin and Marty on, and even Carl, he breaks down NBA a lot. What do you guys think about this one? The Anthony Davis trade. We briefly talked about Cooper Flag and everything, but I want to see what you guys think about this one, because you see Shams Charania talking about this huge trade, and I think this was a crazy one and a sleeper one. So we'll have Marty and Justin and Carl all break that down for us really quick.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's a good gamble for the Wizards. I think that the Wizards are rolling the dice. Anthony Davis is a great talent when healthy, and that when healthy is a huge asterisk on his career, on his situation now, on everything. But even more so important than the gamble that the Wizards are taking on their future, I think they have a young core. They just got Trae Young. You know, you have an AD and Trae led team with a whole bunch of young guys that could develop into great players. I'm a big Koulibaly fan. I'm a big Alexander Sarr fan. I think they have a bright future, and they kind of move their window closer rather than farther away. But it does depend on Anthony Davis's health. This is a bigger trade for the Mavericks. This is undoing the evils of Nico Harrison. This is undoing the Luka trade. This is trying to salvage whatever you can for a player who you traded your franchise away for. Luka being their whole franchise for a guy who played 29 games in a season and a half. Well, I guess a full season at this point. Mm-hmm. But it's funny because I was looking at a stat, and it's like Anthony Davis played only 29 games for the Mavericks. Luka this season, not including last season, this season alone has had more than 29 games with 30-plus points. So the Mavericks had to fix this. Mm-hmm. They fired Nico. That was step one. Now getting out of it, and yeah, there's people dogging on the Mavericks saying, like, you know, they traded Luka Doncic to get the number 2 pick. Yeah, for Chris Middleton and Marvin Bagley. You got the second drafted guy in that draft. Good job.
Yeah.
But it's a necessary evil, unfortunately, I think, for the Mavericks. And then for the Wizards, I like it. I think it's a gamble, but a calculated one.
You know what's funny? You just mentioned Marvin Bagley. This was a Kings fan, but do you guys remember the video when like Luka got drafted? And it's like, yes, I didn't want Luka. I wanted Marvin Bagley. Like, have you ever seen that video? And now,
right? Well, they got him.
They have Luka, and they got Marvin Bagley. That's funny. I think
came true.
I think you look at this for Washington first and foremost, and this is in my opinion, like a low risk, high reward for Anthony Davis. And it sounds crazy, but like, I think you can dump him if it doesn't work out. I mean, clearly he's a dumpable guy from the Lakers and the Mavericks to now Washington. And listen, say what you want about Anthony Davis. I totally understand the conversation of this guy's never healthy. But when this guy is healthy, he's a Hall of Famer, all-star, one of the best, if not the best center in the league. And I say center. He's going to get to play the power forward position because they're not going to move Sarr, right? Sarr has been terrific. He's kind of kind of what they're building around. He's their future. So Anthony Davis is going to have a chance to play his preferred position in a conference that is weaker than the Western Conference, right? So, you're talking about playing in New Orleans and playing in Los Angeles and in Dallas. Well, now you get a taste of the Eastern Conference that is very much wide open. Now, I don't think Anthony Davis will get many reps, if not any, this year in Washington. We might get a couple looks if he is healthy enough, but I think Washington right now is in a position of, okay, we have our duo. I guess you could even say trio if you throw in Sarr. We have our trio for next year set. Those guys get healthy. They have a chance to be one of the best 1-2 punches, big man guard in the league. Really, they truly do. But
they
also have just really quick. They have a chance to continue tanking this season and get one of the top picks in the draft and walk away with an AJ, walk away with a Cam Boozer. Like, are you kidding me? And you add that to what they already have. I think the Wizards, maybe not this year to finish out the season with 30-plus games left, but definitely next year, I think the Wizards could be a force to be reckoned with, definitely a playoff contending team.
Yeah, whether you like it or whether you like that AD trade or not, and you're skeptical about AD and him being able to play enough games for you to be satisfied, this is the first time in a while that the Washington Wizards actually see the light at the tunnel and have hope and have promise.
There's a direction.
For the Washington Wizards, that's all you can ask for. So this is a win in their eyes, 100%.
Yeah. And I want to ask you, Carl, what did you think about this? Because you break it down a lot too.
Yeah, no, pretty much I'm going to have to agree with you guys, what you had just said. This is a really good trade for the Washington Wizards. Generally, I was at work and I'm thinking about this. This team is going to be a problem in the next 2 to 3 seasons. Right now, yeah, realistically, they can just tank. They don't have to play Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards. My apologies, Anthony Davis.
I bet you wish they had him though.
Don't give him that much hope. Don't give him that much hope.
They don't have to play AD the rest of this season. And, Trae Young, he's still out with his injury, so they can have him sit the rest of the season. And the Wizards, are showing a tiny bit of promise, of course, through Sarr. And, as you mentioned, Coulibaly as well. So definitely this is a team that we have to look out for. And I could see another Celtics and Wizards feud in the next, again, 2 to 3, seasons. This team could potentially contend. And a lot of people, again, I'm glad that we're also talking about that Davis might actually be one of the most disrespected players in the NBA today because, he gets hurt a lot. But when he is on that court, he's basically top 5. This is something that I've said about him. This is something that I've said about Kawhi. When Davis is playing, this is a guy that a lot of people said should have won Finals MVP when the Lakers had won the title back in 2020. Somebody who could have won Finals MVP in the in-season tournament championship win that they had in 2023. This is somebody who I felt like could have brought some value to the Dallas Mavericks, but of course the injuries, stopped that, and just Nico Harrison's ignorance, stopped that as well. Speaking of which, the Dallas Mavericks definitely. How funny is it that, a year ago, that infamous trade happened, and a day after it happened a year ago, or a year later, he's now in the Wizards, possibly a better situation compared to, of course, a year ago. You know what I mean? It's just, an odd situation, considering that, there's complete opposites when you're looking at it. The Dallas Mavericks definitely, looking to rebuild and fix up the issues that Nico Harrison had caused to begin with, while also you have the Wizards, again, for the first time in a while, look like a team that can compete, look like a team that can maybe get out of the Eastern Conference again in the next couple to a few years. And you're also looking at the duo that, Justin had just mentioned as well, between Trae Young and AD. Just imagine the lobs that will be thrown up, just imagine how well they're going to play with each other. Oh, yes. Yeah. And Trae Young can even get better on defense too with AD, now too. The discipline there, the veteran in age. So
it also, to me, has been clear that the Washington Wizards are in a clear rebuild. But usually these rebuilding teams have a vet or two, but it was so weird. They had Kuzma, and then they trade Kuzma, and they get Chris Middleton and CJ McCollum, and you're like, what the hell is that? And then you see Marcus Smart and Malcolm Brogdon there, and you're like, well, what's going on there too? It's like they had these just weird combinations of players that just weren't working. And maybe they'd work more alongside players, more established players like Trae Young and Anthony Davis. But that's not the case, and that's not what they had. They had a bunch of inexperienced players paired with a bunch of experienced players, but are supposed to have the ball in their hands more, but they were number 2 or 3 or even 4 options on their other teams. So it's just I don't know. They had weird combinations of players going on there for a little while. I'm kind of glad, that Washington is kind of really honed in. And they have some real nice young talent down there in Washington that the nation's capital is going to learn to love. And also, I think I touched on Washington, and I do have to dip here in just a moment. I am at work. I touched on Washington, but for Dallas, everybody kind of harps on Dallas and makes fun of the situation, which rightfully so, right? I mean, you trade your franchise player, you get Anthony Davis. Oh, that's nice. And you trade him not even a year later. And he only played 29 games. But I think this is just full commitment on working on building around Cooper Flag and the folk. Okay, we have Coop. All right, AD and Kyrie, that would be sweet to pair him with, especially young in his career, but that's probably not going to happen just with how injury prone Kyrie is at his career, at point in his career, and Anthony Davis as well. So what do? They dump AD, and they fully buy into Cooper Flag and building around him and focusing on his development. Now, conversation has been, well, they trade AD. What are they going to do with Kyrie? I don't know if you guys know this. Kyrie has been a personal coach to Cooper Flagg. Kyrie has been with Cooper Flagg every single day in the gym, on the bench, coaching Cooper Flagg, right? This is a guy where we only had him for 2 years, but Kyrie was pretty valuable in those 2 years, at least a year and a half before he kind of, excuse me, copped an attitude. His first year, I don't think we can say what we want about Kyrie, boys. I think all 6 of us can agree that first year of Kyrie Irving was special. That was fun. Yeah. I would love that again.
Totally.
Guess what? Cooper Flagg, not much younger than us. He grew up with that Kyrie Irving Celtic stint too, and he was a huge diehard Celtic fan. So he's grasping all the knowledge in from Kyrie Irving, future Hall of Famer, former NBA champion. That's why they're keeping Kyrie around. Kyrie, once he's healthy, he's still a fun player to watch in this league. I do have to dip, fellas. It was good talking to you guys, but I think it was a win for Washington. They got a fun team now to look forward to, and then clean slate with Dallas. I'll talk to you boys tomorrow. By the way, real quick, injury report just dropped for the Celtics tomorrow against Miami. Tatum obviously out. Josh Minot out, personal reasons. So that trade clearly is pending still. Simons is off the injury report. That trade went through. Vucevic is not on the injury report. I don't want to spread any fake news here, but Vooch could be making his Celtic debut tomorrow. What better team to do it than in the Garden against Miami?
Absolute cinema.
Exciting.
Absolute cinema. I thought you were going to do a 6-7, something stupid like that, David. Honestly, I did. All right, boys. All right.
You got a teammate.
Marty, as Marty did the 6-7. Oh, geez.
No, we're going to get along just fine.
We're in trouble now. But, Marty, I want to ask you, we kind of honed in on it a little bit, and we've been talking about this all night about the Celtics, but now it looks like they have 3 open roster spots because it looks like Tanji will get that 2-way position. We're not confirmed yet, but it looks like it. Who do you think the Celtics bring in on those 3 roster spots? Do you have a player highlighted or some players you think they should go after?
I mean, there's a couple guys in the buyout market that stand out to me. There's Chris Paul, there's Lonzo Ball, there's Chris Middleton. I mean, if the Celtics can bring them in after a buyout, one of those 3 would be an interesting guy to bring into this locker room. I think Chris Middleton might have the easiest plug and play into our roster and the scheme and the way that Joe Mazzulla runs this team. But, Chris Paul deserves his flowers and deserves that farewell tour, and the Celtics will do it for him, even though they have him for half a year. They would do it. So I'm interested to see what the buyout market looks like and how competitive it is. I do want to see Ron Harper get called up. I think that converting his 2-way to a full-time contract was almost a reality at the beginning of the season, and then just due to situation, they were like, we're going to have to send you to Maine. But he's been balling out there, and as we saw in the last game, he can handle it in the NBA. So I think that's the best way to go forward is make Ron Harper a full-time Celtic, and then get 1 or 2 guys in the buyout market. Whether that's, honestly, Chris Paul just stands out to me, and I don't know why. I think it's just because he's your point guard's favorite point guard, or he's your favorite point guard's favorite point guard. So,
I would love that.
Just to see Chris Paul in a Celtics jersey. We've seen the mocks a million times. Let's just do it.
Yeah, there's no real threat to it. You know what I mean?
No.
It's just see if it works, it works. If it doesn't, we're okay. And that's kind of the same thing that was happening with Tillman and Minot and all these other guys that we just weren't finding ways to use in our lineup. And so you bring on Chris Paul. If he does, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't. And we move on. So I wouldn't mind it.
And even if CP3 can't get meaningful minutes or can't, get into the rotation, having him in your locker room, having him there to coach up Derek White and coach up Peyton Pritchard and coach up anyone who wants to listen. That's a mind you want around. That's a guy that's been around the league and has played everything but championship basketball.
Yeah, right. Or maybe you bring him on. You never know.
You never know.
You never know.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
Imagine last year in the league gets a ring with the Celtics. How iconic!
Oh,
That
I love that.
I don't even. That'd be insane.
Yo, Well, I want to ask you something else too, Carl. We've listed off two other names that we've been intrigued by as well, Lonzo Ball, and I don't think you've even talked about this, Carl. So Marty and Carl, you guys could answer this one, but we've talked about Cam Thomas being bought out or waived by the Nets, and Lonzo Ball, who will be bought out by the Jazz. Do we potentially see any of those two, or would you guys like one of those two names, or what do we think? We can start off with you, Marty, and go to Carl.
I have a hands-off approach on Lonzo Ball, and it has nothing to do with Lonzo and his ability to play. I think he still has good game left in him. I want him on the Charlotte Hornets. I want the Ball brothers reunited, and so I don't want to be any part of disrupting that. Like, I think that storyline is due to happen, and I don't want to get in the way. Could I see him be a Celtic? Can I see him be a valuable Celtic? Sure, but I won't be selfish. We've got enough, rings and championships and all these other great things to talk about in Celtics Nation. We don't need to steal something from that could be bigger than us. But Cam Thomas, I completely forgot that he got waived. He was someone, when he was a restricted free agent this offseason, that I wanted the Celtics to take a swing on. I think Mazzulla is foaming at the mouth knowing that he's available. The guy is a bucket. He can shoot the lights out. He is not exactly the best defender, but, that doesn't matter. We saw with Anthony Simons, like, you can take someone who's not a defender and put them in the position and in the coaching with Joe Mazzulla and make a defender out of them. So Cam Thomas would be interesting, but I'm hands off on Lonzo Ball. Go play with your brother.
Not only that, with Cam Thomas, Joe Mazzulla, if Cam Thomas is not playing defense the right way, he's going to say, hey, sit your ass on the bench. Yep. We'll be just fine, right? Yep. So either Cam Thomas comes and plays defense, or he's not playing at all. And that's something that Joe Mazzulla obviously is going to make sure that happens.
Yeah, and I want to add on to this too with Cam Thomas. I think, again, I love what you said, Marty, with that one. He's foaming at the mouth. But Carl, do you want to add anything onto it too, though?
Yeah, pretty much. Like I said, with Lonzo, wouldn't mind having him. It'd be pretty much the same thing with Cam Thomas, of course, pretty much a similar fashion to Simons, what he originally was for our team, coming in, coming off of the bench and providing some great offense there. Having said that, though, the defense would have to be something that he needs to develop, especially with A, Simons doing it, and B, it's a standard in Boston, especially under Joe Mazzulla. If you're not playing defense, if you're not grabbing rebounds, then don't even bother, trying to be productive and helpful to this team. You won't really, be able to help us out if you're not all hands-on like everybody else is. I don't care how many, threes you can shoot, that's great and all, like you said, I'm still foaming at the mouth at it, but at the same time, I have a standard and you got to follow that. So definitely, I would be more, inclined to pick up a Cam Thomas simply because of his skills that, he already has and skills that we can develop. Lonzo, wouldn't mind having him. And I love, what Marty said, just allow for, the Ball brothers to play. We wouldn't really need that. Just allow for brotherly love to do its thing.
Yeah. And
do you really want that? Because if they go there and they bring back 2016 Chino Hills, we might be in some bad shape. I
think we could survive it. I think we'll be all right.
We're surviving the Villanova Knicks.
Right.
I love it. All right, I want to go around before we close out because we're closing out at 6. Really quick, I want to go around and say our favorite trade. Doesn't have to be Celtics, or it could be Celtics. Really quick, just can say what it was. We don't even have to go into details. We'll start off with you, Andrew, and then we'll work our way around.
Putting me on the spot. I think there's a lot of good trades that have kind of transpired throughout this deadline.
Do you want us to go with someone else? Does anyone else?
If someone has one on their mind, yeah.
All right, David, what we got?
I like, obviously it didn't happen today, but the Celtics one, I'll give a Celtics and a non-Celtics one. Obviously, I like flipping Simons for a need at center, just going back to us being able to play 5 out with Vucevic and spread out the floor a little bit. We were never going to re-sign Simons. I mean, And as a lot of people have said on this program, if it doesn't work out with Vucevic, he's a free agent at the end of the season as well, so we can just let him go. Or we can leverage the fact that he's in his mid-30s and trying to re-sign him on a cheaper deal than his $21 million price tag in the summer. The non-Celtics ones I liked are for the teams that are struggling to compete this year and are probably going to be high lottery picks, but made trades to look forward towards the future. So one of those being the Jazz with Jaren Jackson, and then the Pacers with Zubac. I like the teams that are looking ahead and still being aggressive, even though they necessarily don't have anything to play for this year.
Yeah, I'm going to go. My favorite one, and this one's crazy, is the Boucher one, because I think we got young talent and I'm happy that Boucher could finally go play somewhere else. I'm happy he could finally get an option. So that's why, and I expected to even buy him out. I didn't expect to get a young talent for him. So I think that's my favorite one. And I think this is I think last year was more of a shocking trade deadline because Luka got traded, but this was a crazy trade deadline and probably crazier than last year with considering all the trades. But last year was more shocking for sure.
You're happy because you get to see John Tanji now in the G League.
I am. I'm excited for that.
A little biased. I'm sniffing it out, Griffin. I know.
But anybody got anything else? You guys.
I'll go. I think. I don't know. I think it's kind of a win-win for both teams, and I feel like I could go with the Utah Jazz and those teams looking for the future. But another team that's also looking towards the future is the Clippers, and I don't mind it. I think the Clippers just had to start fresh. They tried to bring in Bradley Beal. They tried Harden. They tried that as David said, the unction over there. They tried it. They gave it their best shot, but you got to know when to move on and pull away from the market and just make your next best decision. And picking up a guy like Benedict Mathurin, who in my opinion has not yet found the level of consistency I'd like from him, but is a super, super talented offense player and defense player, two-way. And you get Darius Garland at the point guard. You really get younger and you set yourself up for a future. And then on the flip side, the Cavs get Harden, a guy that obviously there's some skepticism on his ability to play in the playoffs and all that. But you pair him up with a guy like Evan Mobley and you get him in pick and rolls with him and potential lob threats and all that good stuff. I think both teams in this equation are kind of win in their own right.
Yeah. What about you, Marty and Carl, to close us off?
Yeah. My favorite trade of this whole deadline kind of went under the radar, but it was between OKC and the 76ers.
Yes.
Jared McCain going to OKC. Jared McCain going to OKC is a filthy, dirty 5D chess move by the Thunder, especially with Shea getting announced being out for like the rest of the month. He'll get to plug in almost instantly, probably behind AJ Mitchell, but still into that team. He was a Rookie of the Year candidate until he messed up his knee. It's just a great move by a team who's already young and has a great core. They get another young guy, another talented guy. And then for Philly, like, they did it because, one, they get draft capital, which is something they haven't had for quite some time. And two, they have Grimes. They called up Dominic Barlow. Like, they made moves that made sense for their team. So I think it's win-win on both sides. And it was just one of those things that I saw, and I was like, why would you? And then I thought about it and just chewed on it a little bit. And the more I sat with it, the more I was like, both these teams hit a home run with this one.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about. And I think people are forgetting that Jared McCain is coming off of that injury, right? Like, he's still trying to get back to his original self. And we all know NBA players would attest to it. Typically, whether it's Achilles, ACL, not your first season back, but the second season is typically where you kind of get back.
You get that rhythm back.
Yeah, you get that rhythm back. You start feeling a little more confident within yourself. Feel confident about your body. So, I mean, this could be really, really good trade for the OKC Thunder. Just another guy to another young talent to have on your roster.
And
It's
their
insane.
TikTok game is going to be off the charts.
Oh boy. Marketing is very excited.
Straight
The
to
social
roof.
media, most social media guys are really excited right now.
Oh, there we go.
But Carl, who do you have to close us off your favorite trade?
I'm gonna have to say ADDC, plain and simple. Again,
Nice.
we already talked about it. That
Good.
team is gonna be dangerous, and we all know it.
Well said. Well, would that be?
Is that yours or is that other people?
I came up with that. I said, "Wait, there's
we
ACD."
trademarked
ACC, I'm like,
before Griffin, don't post this yet.
You heard it
If
here
anyone's
first.
listening, we're gonna put this here. We're gonna go to DC. We're gonna talk to Anthony Davidson. We're gonna make something happen.
give me that title.
We got
Give
it.
me
We
that
got it.
title.
And I am hearing rumors that Vucevic will be tomorrow, so that'll be fun.
We'll be playing tomorrow. Nice.
Yep.
Where are your
Way to
sources?
send off.
Justin Lowe.
Source.
But with that being said, that wraps up our draft special. So with that being
Oh,
said, guys,
one minute, because we might not get to see Marty again before the Super Bowl. You got predictions? What do you got?
Patriots by 1 million.
Warriors,
Warriors, come out and play.
Oh yeah, let's go.
All right, there we go. That wraps
Love
it
it.
up. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to like and subscribe and turn on post notifications to be notified every time we upload. And tune in tomorrow for the recap. We will see you guys at the next one. Peace, you guys.
See you guys.